Calling the meeting to order. Welcome to the West Hartford Public Schools Regular Board of Education meeting. It is Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022. Charlotte, may you please call the roll?
Dr. Chang?
Present.
Mr. Goldman?
Here.
Dr. Harris?
Here.
Ms. Nazarella?
Present.
Ms. Poland?
Here.
Dr. Steinberg?
Here.
Dr. Thomas Farquharson?
Here.
Student Representative Andrew Maglio?
Present.
Student Representative Avery Woods Weber?
Present.
Thank you. Andrew, may you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We do not have a revision to the agenda order, and we now are it's time for public communications. This is an opportunity where we're able to hear from you. We're able to hear your thoughts, your suggestions, and your concerns. We certainly welcome all that has to be shared, but one thing we certainly emphasize is that it's important for your comments to be shared in a respectful way. We have many people that are here, especially our young people, so we certainly want to model for them appropriate ways of communicating. Each individual will have 3 minutes to speak, and there are up to 21 minutes per subject matter. And please, you can look over at Charlotte. She will hold up a yellow card for you to let you know when you have 1 minute remaining in your time. And when your time has expired, you will see a red card. And we ask that you please respectfully take your seat at that time. Looking here, we do have a list, so we will go down the list. And if for some reason we do reach the max of 21 minutes with a particular subject matter, we do have public comment at the end of the meeting as well. First, we have Scott Zwag.
It's Zwag. Scott Zwag, 19 Claybar Drive. Good evening. Yesterday, I filed a lawsuit in Hartford Superior Court seeking to enjoin the West Hartford Board of Education for continuing their efforts to rename the Conard Chieftains and Hall Warriors. The board's actions in reaching this point were fatally flawed and must be stopped. The purpose of my lawsuit is simple: to prevent the board from taking any actions that violated their own policies, written policies, and the rights of current and former West Hartford residents. The board must be held accountable for their actions to bring about this historic change. I respectfully request that the board take no action tonight on the team names and preserve the status quo until the July 7th hearing before the court. I also respectfully request that the board coordinate with town officials to place the question about whether or not the team names should be changed on the ballot for the upcoming November election. If the board will honor the results, so will I. An issue this important should not be left to 7 people. There are more than 60,000 residents of West Hartford. Their voices are important too. Their voices should be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Joelle Grove.
Joel Grove, 143 Walbridge. Sorry to disappoint, this is not about mascots, but maybe the assembled people will be interested. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Having 2 children in the West Hartford public school system has been an enjoyable experience for my family and has served as an opportunity for everyone involved to learn and grow. Their school journey has fed my curiosity about the things they learn, how they're guided, and watching them evolve. When my oldest daughter entered high school, I was able to be exposed to another benefit of the high school experience: sports. It's been a good and valuable opportunity for her so far and has fed my curious nature about how things work and operate. That curiosity ultimately brought me to why I'm here tonight. It didn't take many games for me to notice the difference between the softball facilities provided for the girls and the baseball facilities for the boys in West Hartford. I wondered, why do the boys have fenced-in fields, scoreboards, dugouts, electricity, storage sheds, and the girls do not? Why at both Hall and Conard do the fields consist of the bare minimum to play the game? a single backstop, a dirt infield, and benches behind a screen? When asking these questions to the athletic director and veteran parents of the baseball team, the answers I received were two-part. One, it's always been that way, and two, the money isn't available for improvements unless it comes from the parents. Okay, challenge accepted. Last fall, some Hall softball parents and fans generously raised over $15,000 for a scoreboard and power to the Hall softball field. The experience was illuminating. Nothing happened quickly, and as of today, nothing has happened at all. No scoreboard, no power, no improvements for $15,000. We quickly realized that this method of improvement was not a viable option we thought it could be. Why were we as parents and fans working so hard to provide something that the school district should be obligated to do? Do you realize that softball and baseball are the only sports in West Hartford Public Schools that don't share facilities? It's easy to celebrate 50 years of Title IX accomplishments when the boys and girls teams can share the same gym, pool, court, or track. But the systemic shortcomings are painfully obvious when comparing one place where shared facilities are not possible. I'm here tonight to ask you to right this wrong. I believe the board's equity and anti-racism vision can be applied to support this request. The statement solemnly promises to, quote, identify and dismantle all elements of systemic racism and historic inequities, and will strive to allocate resources and funds to meet the needs of all students while they directly targeting interventions and supports that address identified inequities. I would say that the inequities based on gender apply in this situation, and I can imagine many of the girls that experience these inequities on the softball field feel marginalized because of it. It's always been that way is no longer an excuse to how these differences, that these differences can remain. I'm asking you to find the resources to bring both Hall and Conard facilities up to par with the baseball fields and other surrounding districts that have seen the value in supporting these students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And so with that, let's now hear from Eleanor Farquhar.
Is the mic working? Awesome. Good afternoon. Ms. Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. My name is Eleanor Farquhar, and I'm an 8th grader at Bristow Middle School. Looking around the room, perhaps I have a unique perspective on this topic. First, I completed the elementary school SEL lesson 3 years ago when I was in 5th grade. I also have some background information on this topic through a recent research project that I performed, where I interviewed over 80 students regarding their opinions about SEL. I know from experience that SEL isn't trying to brainwash children to make them gay, transgender, or someone who they aren't. That is nonsense. One of the primary lessons of SEL is that people are different, but that doesn't mean they should be treated differently. With this knowledge, I was baffled when I attended the most recent Board of Ed meeting and heard adults express fear about the so-called effects of SEL. These fears, however, were articulated without substantiating data or factual backup. Oddly, many of these adults did not appear to be listening to the informative presentation provided by Dr. Haskins and the assistant superintendent. This makes me wonder whether any of those loudly protesting adults had ever gone into a modern classroom and witnessed an SEL lesson, because it seems to me that their fears were completely disconnected from reality.
Eleanor, I'm so sweet. For some reason, we're having sound matters again, and I want to make sure that you're able to be heard. So please hold just a moment. We've just received notice that there are sound issues. Just a moment, please.
Should I restart?
You can hear, but we have viewers, and they're not able to hear what's being captioned on air. Thank you for being patient and patiently waiting. Eleanor, please have a seat here. We'll try to see if it works. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are here, Eleanor spoke before and the sound did not go through. So we are not trying to repeat what happened the last time. So if you could hit the button there. There you go. Let's say testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
All right, let's see if we hear a response.
Should I restart?
Yes, and so proud of you. You are really showing versatility, flexibility in spite of. Somebody should go and talk to Jen. I will. I'll go upstairs. Thank you. We're just going to the studio room to see if we can learn what's going on, but thank you all again so much for your patience, especially you, Eleanor.
Yeah, no problem.
So we're receiving word that you can be heard just fine, so please, we'll wait for our teammate to come back, and then we will. All right. Thank you. And so you can go back to the podium, yes. So excellent. Thank you so much, Eleanor. Another round of applause, please, for Eleanor.
Should I restart? Good afternoon. Ms. Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. My name is Eleanor Farquhar, and I'm an 8th grader at Bristow Middle School. Looking around the room, perhaps I have a unique perspective on this topic. First, I completed the elementary school SEL curriculum 3 years ago when I was in 5th grade. I also have a bit of background information on this topic from a research project I recently completed, where I interviewed over 80 students regarding their opinions about SEL. I know from experience that SEL isn't trying to brainwash kids to make them gay, transgender, or someone who they aren't. That is nonsense. One of the primary lessons of SEL is that people are different, but that doesn't mean they should be treated differently. With this knowledge, I was baffled when I attended the most recent Board of Education meeting and heard adults express fear about the so-called effects of SEL. These fears, however, were articulated without substantiating data or factual backup. Oddly, many of these adults did not even appear to be listening to the informative presentation provided by Dr. Haskins and the assistant superintendent. This makes me wonder whether any of those loudly protesting adults had ever gone into a modern classroom and witnessed an SEL lesson, because it seems to me that their fears were completely disconnected from reality. I can attest to the fact that SEL is not something that students are afraid of, nor does it have any effect on children's gender or identity. SEL isn't hurting students. Ignorance and bigotry is. Each year, more than 1.8 million LGBTQ kids ages 13 through 24 in the U.S. seriously consider committing suicide. That means that in the 3 minutes I've been given to speak tonight, 4 kids, as represented by these marbles, will seriously consider committing suicide. Please think about your actions and how they're affecting those children, because kids need your support, and SEL is a critical source for that support. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen. I will just say S, and you can complete your last name. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Karen Shinerman, 29 Clark Drive. I've not spoken to a Board of Ed meeting since 1995, when the racial balancing the school district was a hot button issue. Don't quote me on the date, but it seems like yesterday. I've lived in town for 39 years, have raised my children, and now have a grandchild attending Morley School. I'm a special education teacher, both in the classroom and for the last 20 years in early intervention. Working in this field, I work with emotions a lot. Tantruming toddlers, biting, emotions, cranky babies. Emotions and their corresponding labels start early. We work with the adults in the room to help these little ones navigate their big and little emotions, and the adults label these emotions and over time help them learn to navigate them as well. Recently, my grandchild was excitedly talking with two friends about having a play date. Their minds were off and running. Suddenly, my grandchild said some unkind things, and they were marched off to the principal's office, and parents were called. Turns out the unkind words resulted when playing with the two family dogs became part of the play date, because after all, dogs are part of the family. Unbeknownst to everyone, my grandchild is deathly afraid of at at this time. It changed the entire discussion of the play date for them. The play date was now something to dread. Context matters. Calm heads matter. Resources and protocols matter. With the clearer picture, empathy and apologies diffused the situation. Our administration is mandated to meet the needs of all the students in this town. The SEL curriculum presented over the past months has demonstrated its goals of doing just that. The goals of teaching emotional regulation, empathy, and inclusivity is well thought out, researched, and based on state standards. And it teaches children how to approach each other with respect and kindness. Fact, in West Hartford, we have over 70 languages spoken. The diverse languages, cultures, customs, religion, unbelievable how diverse we are. Fact, bullying is alive and well in West Hartford. I personally know 3 families whose loved ones have suffered from and needed intervention for severe eating disorders this year alone. Fact, the WHO says the pandemic triggered a 25% increase in anxiety and depression in the first year of the pandemic alone. Fact, mental health was mentioned in the media today over 1 million times. The curriculum is necessary now more than ever. Students' needs are more diverse, and our already overburdened teachers need support and guidance. Emotions start at birth and continue growing and get bigger with each age. The adults in the room need the equipment to help guide and manage these emotions in this ever-changing world. The SEL curriculum does just that. And my grandchild is a boss on a horse. Go figure.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Finn.
Hi, my name is Katie Finn. I live at 24 Woodruff Road, and I have a first grader at Walcott and a 3-year-old who will start at Charter Oak next year. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments. I wanted to speak today to share that I fully support all aspects of the social emotional learning curriculum. I spent quite a bit of time reading through it after the last board meeting and watching many YouTube read-alouds of the mentor texts. I'm sure there are folks on the board and in the room who disagree with me, specifically around the identity portion of the SEL curriculum. We can agree on one thing, and that thing is that we all want what is best for our children. I'm in support of the SEL curriculum because not only do I want what's best for my kids, but for all kids who attend school here. My family and I are new to West Hartford. Before we settled, we spoke with numerous principals, special education teams, Dr. Haskins, and I just kept thinking, wow, this is a place that fosters acceptance, kindness, compassion, and curiosity about one another, which are crucial parts of a school education. It's often said that school should be a place for the core subjects and to leave all the other stuff out of it. But what do we all remember about school? My guess is that it's the social and emotional interactions that happen in between learning the facts. Of course, we want our students to excel academically, but what I found after spending time on the SEL curriculum page is that West Hartford supports our babies being the best versions of themselves by not only touting kindness and acceptance, but by having a real framework for how to achieve that among our kids that is very developmentally appropriate. On a personal note, my children are Black and my older son is autistic. We're a little different. I can say with confidence that no matter the difference, and let's face it, all kids feel different at some point, teaching the full scope of identity is imperative for all our children. When my children see a family in a book that looks like them, oh, it matters so much. All children should be given that opportunity. It doesn't even need to be talked about. Just seeing yourself reflected back is enormous, whether it's a difference of religion, race, family structure, gender identity, sexual orientation, or ability. All of the mentor texts should continue to represent all students. The clear benchmarks around identity for the littlest learners are, I can express who I am, and I show respect for others when they express who they are. We could all benefit from reaching those benchmarks. And if those are the only two things my children learn when they leave elementary school here in West Hartford, I will be eternally grateful. I hope they can read and do a little math, but really, I would be beyond thrilled. So thank you for your comprehensive, compassionate, and inclusive curriculum.
Thank you. Next, we have Graham Brown.
Evening, everyone. Graham Brown, speaking from Bainbridge Road. I've spoken here a couple times. I'll keep it simple. The most consistent thing that you've heard so far tonight is that parents care for the well-being of their kids. And I agree with the last speaker. It's nice when kids can see their family structure reflected in a book. I don't disagree with that at all. I think the most important thing that this whole issue comes down to is parental rights. Hands down, it's parental rights. Parents have the right to decide when to introduce certain subjects to their kids. The thing that parents are here concerned about is not so much that some parents want to introduce their kids to the concept of gender identity and read them books about it. It's that it's forced on their kids against their consent. This is one of those books. It's a 5th grade book. It's required reading. You can look it up if you're a parent here. It's called It Feels Good to Be Yourself. And if you have a kid in the West Hartford school system in 5th grade, this is something that they are required to read. I'll read a couple pages from the books just so that everyone knows what's in it. I think the artistry is good. There's some pages that talk about being kind. Those are all good things. But there are some parts that, as a parent, are undoubtedly a little controversial. So there's one page here in particular that shows children when they're born as babies. It says, see, when you were born, you couldn't tell people who you were or how you felt. They looked at you and made a guess, they being doctors. Maybe they got it right, maybe they got it wrong. What a baby's body looks like when they're born can be a clue to what the baby's gender will be, but not always. We have several doctors up here. We've got doctors in the audience. I think in general, this kind of material is portraying something as fact when it's not conclusive fact at all, that doctors make guesses about babies and their physiology when they're born and about what their sex is. This is the kind of thing that, again, it's something that takes normal education a little too far. I do not think that parents are bad if they want to teach this stuff to their kids or even let the schools do it for them. I don't think that's totally up to them. That's their rights as a parent. Other parents feel differently, and their rights should be respected too. Because we're all different, and again, as the other speakers have said, we are diverse. That includes parents who disagree with this material being introduced to kids. That should be heard, that should be respected, and parents should have the option to opt out of this. Those who don't have that freedom to keep it the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Ladd.
My name is Ryan Ladd. I'm 5 Highland Street in West Hartford. Sort of not to this area, except for like the last 8 years. I had found out about this SEL program a few months ago, and I agree with my previous speaker that, I think it's the parent's right to decide when and where a parent decides what's taught to their child. I have a child who's about to enter kindergarten, and I think maybe not at this age, but definitely when they get older, it would be very confusing. And, if you're able to opt out for a kid to not take sex education, why can't a kid be opted out of this? And I don't agree that, a kid has to have all of this, I've seen some of the curriculum, I've seen some of the books, depending on the, what grade they're in, and I don't agree with the books. I don't agree how they're forcing this on us. I don't agree that it was put into effect without talking to the parents first. I believe that, it should have been put past the parents first. The whole point of the school board is to see how the parents respond to it. And, that wasn't done. I think the parents should have the say as to whether this goes forward, and it was never done. So this is now being done backwards. Now that it's being done like this, I think there should be some way put in motion that allows the parents to decide how you move forward, basically. If some kids don't want to, if some parents don't want their kids to be part of it, something to opt out of it, or, equivalent version. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Midney, Tom M.
Yeah, I'm Tom Midney. I'm originally from the Wood Pond area. I'm here to talk about my concerns with the mascot naming. I'm concerned because it sounds like it's a done deal when you pick up this piece of paper. And I agree with Mr. Zweig that there's some concerns about the way this was done. But to me, the bigger concern is, I think, quite frankly, that as a point of order, the board has done a real disservice here to the town by coupling this decision. They're two different names, they're two different high schools. And that's what I'm going to address here, because in the West Hartford News, there was a comment made about native stereotypes and using native names to ridicule. I can somewhat understand chieftains being a little bit of a concern because it's generally from tribal culture, but what does that have to do with warriors? By definition, warriors has no reference at all to Native Americans. It is a generic term, and by definition, it is a brave or experienced soldier or fighter, a person experienced in conflict or battle. It's not restricted to Native Americans. It's a generic term. It applies to many groups over our history, from the Spartans of Greece to the current members of our country's armed forces. I know you've heard of Wounded Warrior Project. I hate to say it, there's the Golden State Warriors. None of that has to do with Native Americans. It's a generic term. My concern is that there's oversensitivity here that's gone way beyond reasonable considerations on this topic. And I'm really defending the whole Warriors because it bothers me. I don't think there's a problem with that name. The board should not stretch its actions based on oversensitivity. It should not overstep its bounds on this. The name Warriors has absolutely no correlation to Native stereotypes or ridicule. By actual definition, it's actually a great nickname for sports teams, brave participants in battle. That's why you have the Golden State Warriors. I think the board needs to keep perspective on this and stick with the facts at hand. The name's not in violation. For Hall's standpoint, it should be defended. There have been voiced concerns that there's a link to prior imagery. I was involved in 2015. I spoke in 2015. We got rid of the imagery. If there's a concern with prior imagery, change the imagery. There's no problem with the name Warriors. In fact, why not present that in a better manner? Why not present Warriors as representing our brave veterans and members of our armed forces? Why not focus your efforts on redefining the name's image to something we can all be proud of? That would maintain the legacy in this town, and at the same time, in an improved manner, to me, it would be a win-win. So I think, in summary, I don't understand why you've coupled the decision. I think the Hall Warriors is a proud name, and it should remain. I think because of a point of order, that you guys should not make this a final decision and should consider one on its individual merits. And I believe Warriors has no negative connotation at all. It could be re-imaged to be something that represents our armed forces, and everybody would be very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sennerth, 24 Price Boulevard. Proud parent of a 7-year-old girl named Elizabeth. And I'm here tonight out of concern for the SEL program. Basically, in my opinion, education is supposed to be about information, giving our children the tools to achieve their goals. I have a problem with gender identity politics being introduced mandatorily as part of the curriculum. I read 2 books today. One was something that Grant had read from you earlier, and the other one was introducing Teddy at a kindergarten level, which seems a little bit early to be introducing that kind of material to kids. In any case, I've learned a lot just listening to people speak tonight, especially Eleanor, which is a testament to the West Hartford school system, someone in 8th grade to be that articulate and get up and speak in front of all these people. But basically, I would like to suggest that you make the that part of the curriculum an optional part of the curriculum. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have space for one more speaker on the topic of SEL. And so I'll call on the next name, and if you are here to speak on SEL, please do come to the podium. But any other comments regarding SEL, if you can please reserve your comments for the end of the meeting. Next, we have Ariella. No, I'm still going down the list, those that have signed up.
Hello, my name is Ariella Alroy, 1930 Boulevard. I just wanted to say that we've seen a lot of heartbreak this spring. The violence in this country is stunning. And one of the things that keeps me really hopeful for the world is that my kids are actually growing up in the West Hartford public school system. I'm grateful for the leadership of this district, the outstanding teachers, and the curriculum that includes a well-researched SEL component. A bit about my family. My kids stayed home last year from school. And because they had a baby sister and my mother is very immunocompromised, so they were socially isolated to the extreme. When it was time for them to go back to school, they changed schools. So they not only were out of practice with, social interaction with others, they knew nobody in their school at all. And it was really scary sending them back. During the year and a half at home, they did basically what a lot of us did. They had crazy haircuts, and then they decided to grow it long instead of letting me cut their hair anymore. We went on walks, we baked, they hatched chickens. It was a wild year, and there was a lot of good that came from it, but they came back to school really raw, and they did not have the social skills at all to succeed at school when they came back. My first grader, he was freaking out on the first day so much that they had to call administrators out of the school to carry him into the school. And he was like screaming and crying. These kids were not prepared. And miraculously, he came home from the first day of school, okay. It was like a miracle. And the school is really showing us over and over and over again that the SEL curriculum works. These kids are safe. They're learning how to interact with each other. They're learning how to treat each other with respect. They brought all of the quirkiness that they developed in quarantine with me, and I apologize to them about that. But they brought it all to school, and they were accepted. They made friends. They're making friends with kids who don't speak English. And it's really it's fantastic to see. And the fact that they are thriving and doing well in school now at the end of their first school year back is a lot of it has to do with the SEL. So I just wanted to thank you very much. What you're doing is working, and keep going. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, we've reached our max on the comments being made on the subject of SEL. Next, we have Addie Lorden on the list.
Good evening. I'm Attie Lorden. I live at 561 Park Road. I'm not here to talk about SEL or mascots. I'm here to talk about procedures and policies. Kind of brings in mascots and SEL, I suppose, but here we go. I have 3 children, a Conard graduate, a 7th grader, and a 3rd grader. So I'm the old parent. I started asking about finance, and that onion is the gift that keeps on giving. It just layers and layers. And unfortunately, it has led to an eye-opening for me about procedures and policies and how they're not followed in West Hartford. We, in 2015, talked about the mascots, and for 7 years we were silent. Suddenly, there's a rush to get rid of chieftain, to get rid of warrior. Why? Why is Beth Bye and Tracy Wilson coming to testify against these names after 7 years? Well, why is Senator Austin announcing that there's $3 million bond coming to West Hartford? Well, Miss Austin is the one that put it through in the budget for education for the Native American education curriculum, which we don't have. Now, Miss Beth Bye is married to Miss Wilson, and Miss Beth Bye's ex-husband is on the bond commission. And I believe, Dr. Farquharson, you're an employee of Miss Bye. And Miss Austin's press secretary announced it. So we have a connection there. Connect the dots. It's not the only money that's flowing in. It's not the only money made from equity and from education. The question is, where is that money going? Discrepancies have been found, have been highlighted, not just in the budget, but in schools. Finance questions are met with hostility and bullying. There are questions of employment practices, cronyism, commingling, coercion, and collusion. We have hired people who have no place in the position they hold. They have no experience, they have no educational background, yet they are in positions where they make decisions for our children, for our money. And parents who asked are vilified. Mr. Dodge, you actually work for Roy and Leroy. This is an education lobbyist. And they say, we put clients in front of right decision makers. Decision makers for us and our money.
Excuse me, your time is up. Thank you.
Let me tell you, the foundation is not cracking, it's rotten, and the house of cards is falling.
Thank you. Next, we have Patricia Billings.
I was speaking on SEL.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you so much. And yes, we also have Paula, who is also an SEL, I believe. Thank you. And we have Zai Grove. And I believe you're speaking on a different subject matter.
Hi, I'm Jane Grove. I'm talking about softball. It kind of got lost in everything. I'm a junior at Hall High School, and I've been playing softball for 2 seasons because my first season got cut short because of COVID. And I've always noticed the inequities between softball and baseball in West Hartford ever since I was young, playing rec softball at Sterling Field. And I always watched the boys play at their Little League complexes with scoreboards and outfield fences and full dugouts while we were stuck behind just a singular fence as our dugout. And when I entered Hall High School, these inequalities these inequalities became further illuminated when we traveled to other schools, and I saw that the softball facilities were exactly on par with the baseball facilities at those high schools. When I come back home and play softball at Hall, our field is in much lower condition than the baseball fields. And that's what I'm here to ask the school board about, is an updating of the softball field to be on par with the likes of the baseball field, because I feel that that's what softball players deserve, is equal facilities, equal opportunities as the baseball players. And I want softball players to be able to feel as if their sport and their careers matter just as much as the baseball players do at Hall and at Hall and Conard and the entire town of West Hartford. So, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Jackie.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jackie Hamid. I'm a student at Hall High School, and I also play on the softball team. I'm just going to talk about the softball facilities. The Hall softball fields are in bad shape compared to the Hall baseball fields. The softball dugouts are just a fence and a bench. Other schools have gated dugouts for safety and a roof for shade and rain protection, but our singular fence doesn't protect us from every foul ball. One of our teammates, for example, the other day was hit in the head by a foul ball, which wouldn't have happened if our dugouts were more developed. We don't have a scoreboard either, despite raising enough donation money to get one installed. We play on other schools' fields where we are able to read the number of runs, outs, strikes, and balls, as well as the inning number. But at Hall, we have to keep track of these things in our heads. Parents watching on the sidelines at Hall can't look up at a scoreboard to see how the game is going. This clear disparity in funding between the baseball field versus the softball field should be looked into, especially because the Hall softball program is so strong. But even if our team had a losing record, I think we'd still be as deserving of equal facilities as if we were a winning team. It feels deflating to travel to schools that have batting cages and practice nets next to their fields, along with a nice dugout and a scoreboard and a home run fence. I and many other Hall softball players have noticed this huge difference between our school and other schools, and the difference between baseball and softball fields. I think it's only fair that both teams are given the opportunity to practice and play on fields that help not hurt us. And for a school that prioritizes and promotes equality, Hall should make the changes necessary to improve the softball facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Caroline.
Hi, I'm Caroline Austin. I play softball for Conard. I've been playing for a very long time, and I also have nothing prepared, so. But I really think Jane and Jackie hit it over the head. I've been a part of the Conard softball program since I was a freshman, and we've consistently been, our equipment has not been, as well-rounded or as accessible compared to the baseball team, and I believe that's something we've spoken out for change for, and it's always in our own parts and duties to fund on our own, which is really tricky as a softball team that had a losing record last year and the years before. But now, I'm really grateful for the experience I've had, but I do really think that there's room for improvement. So, thank you for listening to my unprepared speech. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Tatiana. Okay, that's all right. Next, we have Diane with Devin. It's a duo, I believe. Okay.
Hi, I'm Diane Wilkutz, 195 Auburn Road, and here is Devin. Devin is one of my clients. I work as an education advocate on behalf of students with disabilities, and actually quite a few in West Hartford. I'm really concerned about a board practice that has been brought to my attention. I am very concerned that the board may be inadvertently discriminating against students with disabilities. And Devin is the person who brought this to my attention. Devin should be graduating. He's in 12th grade. He should be graduating this year. But he has been told by the district administration that he will not be permitted to walk in graduation because he is missing a credit. Now, it is not uncommon for students with disabilities to take longer than garden variety student to graduate. The idea that the town is effectively saying, well, if you're a student with disabilities, you're not allowed to graduate with your classmates. I was basically told, no, this is true for everybody. We don't let anybody who doesn't have all their credits graduate. In Devin's case, it is because he had programs, IEPs throughout, and he did what he was supposed to do. He took the classes he was required to take. There were a lot of remedial classes that took the place of graduation requirements. Between that and his difficulties with the pandemic, just like a lot of other kids, he is one credit short. And all he wants to do is graduate with his friends, to walk in graduation, not receive a diploma, give him a folder or something, but let him walk in graduation with his peers. I'm really concerned that West Hartford is excluding him, and I'm concerned that from what I understand when I communicated with the superintendent and with the director of special ed, that this is a West Hartford policy, that this is what we do. We exclude students with disabilities who take longer than other students to complete their graduation requirements. And I hope that you can intervene. This is an issue whether we help Evan walk on Tuesday or not, and I hope we will. This issue is not going away. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Shinmal, I believe, but I believe it's on SEL. And so next, and then Lori, also on SEL, and Mary. Also on SEL. Okay, thank you for your honesty, thank you. And Getchen. If it's on SEL, if you can please reserve your comments for the end of the meeting.
Hi, my name is Getch. I live on 56 Gillette Street. This gender war on our children is happening across our country.
Excuse me, sir, that's on
especially
SEL, so I'm going to ask you to reserve your comments for the end of the meeting.
Social emotional learning and gender are the same?
Yes, and within the context of SEL, yes. So if you can please reserve your comments, we welcome hearing from you, but we've reached the max of how many we can hear per subject matter. And we do have public comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the audience who would like to make a comment on any other subject matter apart from SEL? Yes. Please come to the podium and share your name and address. Thank you.
Here I go again. Cindy Gothier, Manchester Circle. Speaking on behalf of children with special needs. I have been here the last few meetings expressing my concerns about how differently children in the special education system are treated in our town. And have another case in point. I requested another PPT meeting 2 weeks ago. And in the meeting, every one of my daughter's teachers said she was not a behavioral problem. She was respectful. She's polite. She's a good kid. and again was refused the school that I would like the town to send her to because Conard cannot give her what she needs to be successful. And I was told, you can ask again, Ma, but again, I'm going to say no. And they offered me the Strive program, which is for children with behavioral issues, in which they had just finished telling me my child does not have. So this just proves my point. The town just keeps giving me all this wonderful information to just prove how right I am. And something needs to change. This breaks my heart for this young man. And it's not right. Our children with special needs deserve exactly what every A student in this town gets. And we put way too much focus on those children because they're making the town's numbers look better. And that's bull. My child deserves an education. She's going to be a senior next year. And I have failed her again because now another year gone by where this town has done nothing to support me. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, please, in the rear, please come to the podium.
Hi, thank you. It's Mark Stewart Greenstein. I'm at 2 Cross Hill Road. And it's 2 reactions and then 1 other comment. Reaction 1, Madam, I endorse what you're asking for. No system should be emotionally hurting a student who's trying hard. We can have standards, but let the kid walk. Now, speaking of standards, I'm not sure we have standards across the board in ways that West Hartford really wants to uphold. We're a good, well-known school system because we have standards. But this morning, outside of Conard, I was walking. The PE class had 16 students, 12 of whom choose to just sit and not do any exercise in PE class. I asked the teacher, so, what kind of encouragement? Because these kids probably deserve D's or F's. I didn't get much of a response. 4 of the kids were doing their exercises, mostly with footballs. The others were on their cell phones, on their butts. And if we can't get kids to do PE with some motivation, parents, I think, should be told. My one comment about elevating West Hartford the most, and I hope, Dr. Moore, you can be behind this in whatever role you take on. I think West Hartford could get ahead of a game. It's not a game. It's serious. At least 2 legislators will be introducing choice in school proposals statewide. The divisiveness that you see here is so big and will get worse. West Hartford might want to adopt, as a few parents have already said, let parents choose. I mean, even within a single building, when I went to King Philip.
Excuse me, sir, although you're not referencing or using SEL, it sounds like you're speaking on that subject matter.
Take it out.
But, sir, I'm going
whether
to
to vaccinate,
sir,
whether to have.
Sir, please, excuse me. As I was saying, we want to hear from you, but anything in regard to social emotional learning or something thereabouts, we have public comment at the end of the meeting.
The board feels is divisive. A nice solution might be real choice within West Hartford's many schools. Even within a building like King Philip, which is very divided anyway, there might be some parents that want certain procedures, others that want other procedures, and the real acute one is going to be how much or whether to arm schools or not. It's a biggie. Maybe West Hartford can get in front of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone in the audience? All right, thank you so much. And again, we have those who are on the list already. Speaking of SEL, we do have you listed, and please do share your comments at the end of the meeting also. So we will now put a pause on public communications, and we will now go into unfinished business. Before doing so, though, I would like to make a motion. I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to pending litigation to which the Board of Education is a party, to witness Swag et al. Versus West Hartford Board of Education et al., and that we invite Superintendent Tom Moore, Assistant Superintendent Andy Murrow, Corporation Counsel Dallas Dodge, Deputy Corporation Counsel Gina Verano, and Attorney James Healy of the law firm of Cowdery and Murphy to join us. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're going to go into executive session.
Putting request in to town council to add a trash
Hey Dallas, thanks again for everything.
Hey, you're welcome, Jason. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so very much for your patience. Thank you. Just want to share with you that we have just held an executive session to discuss strategy with respect to the lawsuit that was filed earlier today by attorneys Scott Zwag and Mary McGowan. In order to maintain attorney-client privilege and out of respect for our duty of confidentiality under the Town Code of Ethics, I would ask board members to not comment on the substance of what was discussed in executive session. I will note, however, that I personally feel confident that the lawsuit filed by Attorney Zwag is unlikely to succeed on the merits. This lawsuit was just filed today. However, I am aware of no court order or any other legal reason prohibiting us from proceeding to a vote on item 3A. With that, we will move on to item 3A with the agenda. I would like to invite Dr. Andy Murrow, Mr. Zan Datoon, Mr. Jamal Hines, Mr. Jason Siegel, students, and committee representatives to unveil the new mascot names and discuss the selection process. I will be making separate motions to approve the name change for each school, but for the sake of efficiency, I would ask that we debate and discuss the new names that have been recommended jointly. So please do come to the table.
Set up a second row for the other.
Yeah.
So once again, I want to say thank you so much for your patience, and we look forward to hearing what you have to share.
So as we get set up, I want to apologize to the students and the committee members who have been very patient tonight. But before also we begin our presentation, I wanted to take a moment and update you on a search process that has been underway. As you know from our former two Conard principals that are here in the room, there's a very high bar for Conard's stewardship and leadership. And when we began our search process for the next leader, we were looking for someone who embraced the diversity of Conard's community and would help students develop positive self-identities and the critical skills that they need both in school and after graduation. After an extensive search process, one candidate rose to the top of a very competitive pool of candidates as the clear leader for Conard's future. Everyone who engages with this man knows his warmth, his commitment to students, and his absolute dedication to Conard High School. He goes the extra distance to know all students at Conard, not just in the hallways, but in classrooms, on athletic fields, and on the performance stage. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Jamal Hines, who has been appointed as Conard's permanent principal. I have every confidence, as does the executive team, in Mr. Hines' leadership ability. I know that you who know him well will be excited for him as well as he continues on for the remainder of this year and then on for next year in the future at Conard. So earlier this year, the board approved motions discontinuing the use of both mascot names and directed us to oversee a process to develop new mascot names for Hall and for Conard. And in doing so, students at both schools focused on the idea that a mascot should be something that has the potential to include everyone at the school and embraces the positive qualities that they see in themselves and in their school community. With this in mind, both schools began an inclusive process that they're proud to share with you tonight. will get the screen going, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Zatoun, who won the coin toss, and we'll be introducing his team, albeit limited due to the multiple end-of-the-year commitments that we have at this time of the year. He will expand on the process, and he will then unveil Hall's new mascot name.
Thanks. Yeah, you want to go ahead. So first, thanks everyone for the process. What I'd like to do is start off by thanking the committee who worked so hard on this. And so here are the students, teachers, coaches, alumni who are part of our committee. We do have Sebastian Fortuna. He is one of our teachers, graphics teachers. He's also our esports coach.
May I suggest using the other mic?
Sure.
I'm not sure.
No.
Any? I'll sure. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. So as I was saying, I'd just like to thank the members of the committee. We have Sebastian Fortuna here as introducing. We also have one of our students, Avi Jacobs, who is also part of that committee, who are just really very helpful in just kind of working through the entire process as we were doing that. And so a little bit of our timeline. Back in February 9th, we started with soliciting suggestions from the student body. We also emailed the 8th graders at KP and Bristow looking for those suggestions. And we were able to get over 200 suggestions from the student body. And with that, we also had to ask them for like a rationale, a thought process to why they chose it, not just picking names and we kind of brought it into our vision of the graduate and looking about the theme of and what Hall High School represents and the important things that we want to have it kind of emulate over time. So we got it. Oh, go back. It's all right. Let's go back one. Sorry for the Titans in there. Too late. Thanks, Shamar. It's all right. It's all right. Listen. You lasted longer than Duarte would have on that, so you're good. And so the quarterfinals, we had about 10 top names. We had students picked up to 2, and we had over 1,000 votes. So the students were really getting into it, really kind of getting involved in that process. We then narrowed it down to 4 finalists. That we had. We still had a lot of votes. And then we got down to 3 votes, and this is where the committees kind of helped us kind of narrow the focus. And they had the idea of if we had our graphics class and Mr. Fortuna's class, come up with some like images, some suggestions, so people could start visualizing and not just have it be part of the name. And so when we did that, ultimately we got through the voting and we got to a consensus. And then there you go, Mr. Hines. Here's with the Hall Titans. And you can see the image here with the H and the T embedded in there. And this is a suggested image that was created by Elizabeth Karam, class of 24. She was we asked her to come, but she wasn't able to come tonight. But we were really just impressed with that image, and it really just kind of stuck out. At this point, we still may work with the graphics classes, work with student body to see maybe and just try to refine the image, or maybe create what sometimes some schools will do, like a primary and a secondary. Like I know in Farmington High School, when they did it, they created kind of a few different to choose from, depending on the situation. Maybe different on a uniform versus a field versus different pieces. So we may still look to do that in that process. But we really thought this one was just really kind of popped out and represented what we wanted with the idea of Hall Titans. And so in the next slide, you can see a little bit of why it was chosen. And these are the student feedback where when they recommended Titans, this is what they had talked about. So really just a Titan could be anyone with any abilities, and how this really represents the diversity in our school. The Titans are strong and passionate and never give up. It represents how on the inside all of us are strong. And the definition of a Titan is a person or thing of very great strength, intellect, or importance. This can respect all of our great achievements, sports, and academics at Hall. And I just thought those were really great statements that really kind of represented, all that we stand for at Hall High School. And so So that was our process kind of in a nutshell, and going from there. So I don't know if there was either any questions or if you want to go to Conard. Yeah, sure. So I'll switch it over to my counterpart, Jamal.
If this mic works, is it okay? It doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll just stay here then. All right. So Conard High School, I want to initially thank our committee members, Meg Sasamo, who is our committee chair, student activities coordinator and coach, Kelly Casey, who couldn't be here today, Matt Sasamo also was on the committee, as well as PJ Foley, who couldn't be here. Eddie Lidos is gracing us with his presence as well, and we're really excited about him being here. And then one of our 4 committee members, he's one of 3 who was one of the artists that submitted one of the prototypes that we're going to be looking at as well. Bao Lu, class of 2024. Miss Kristen Mangini, who was one of our school counselors. She was on the committee. She can't be here today. Then we have the brothers Trong and Tai Nguyen, class of 2024. They are also artists who contributed as well to this process. So we were really excited with all of them. Elizabeth Novak, who is a parent of a Conard alum. And then sitting to my left is Emily O'Keefe. And Emily was instrumental in a piece of this campaign that I'm going to talk to you about, because we had the same process that Hall had, but our results were a little bit different. And I'm looking forward to talking to you about that as well, because the difference is remarkable. And Emily and the committee had a huge part in influencing how the final result happened. Heather Russell is here in attendance as well. She's a coach and a teacher. Cindy Branich, who couldn't be here, but she also was on the committee. So committee met 3 times. First time was just sort of to set up the other 2 meetings and protocols and things of that nature. Then they had a virtual meeting. They may have had 2 virtual meetings. The first one was, once again, to just sift through the different choices. And then after that, talk about how we were going to take a look at the data. So here was our timeline. We too, February 9th, had over 200 suggestions, and with the hopes of, narrowing it down to the top 10 for voting. Contrary to Mr. Zatoon's student body, our kids were just like, kind of not feeling any of these right now. And so it was interesting because there wasn't a lot of buy-in just yet. So the committee was formed, and they were tasked with trying to figure out, how do we get our student body fired up about this? What are some things that we can do? While they're going through this process, we were able to narrow it down to the top 4. We wanted the top 3, but there was a tie for 3rd, so it ended up being 4 options. So we had that voting during May 11th, but once again, kids still were trying to figure out rationale, what they wanted to get behind, how could they see themselves as some of the other suggestions. And again, it was a little bit better as far as the voting went, but there was still something that we needed to do more of. And the committee put their heads together, and then Emily and the rest of the committee members started to figure out, well, maybe students are having a difficult time conceptualizing, seeing themselves as a whatever. And maybe we need to talk about the principles, because this is a group school-wide that they really gravitate towards this feeling of togetherness. They like to do things together. They want to make sure that everybody is included. And the committee felt that that was a really, really important aspect of the selection process for them to highlight. And so they put together we had posters with the rationale, the name, and then 3 sort of prototype samples that could possibly be the mascot symbol or the image. And so kids were then taking a look in the hallways, having discussions. This was when it was the fun part. They were having discussions in the hall. Emily was sort of sort of chime in to some discussion. She may slide into a discussion, listen to what kids are saying, then slide back out and come and tell the committee, like, hey, this is sort of what's going on in the school. These are the conversations that kids are having about the mascot situation. Let's think about how we really want to get everybody fired up. So it was an all-out campaign. So from May 11th to May 18th, the posters went up, the community campaign started to happen, and kids had a whole week to have conversations, to debate, to talk about why they liked what they did and why they didn't, to hash out the rationale and really talk about, all right, where are we going to have our buy-in? What can we hold our hats on? And what will keep us fired up when we run out of the tunnel, or when we come onto the court, or when we're sitting in the stands cheering our other student athletes on? When we go into the community, we want something that we're proud of and that represents the integrity, the loyalty, and the togetherness that we find so important. So once that last push happened with the campaign, the week later, kids couldn't wait to get into community and vote. And so we had the final vote in community as a school, and it wasn't even close. We then came to the conclusion that there's no other choice. We've got to be the Conard Red Wolves. And kids loved the idea of being a part of a pack. They loved the idea that the Red Wolf is unique. It's rare. You can see Red Wolves right here in Connecticut. They love the idea that they're courageous, they're territorial, they will do anything pack first. Those were ideals that they could hang their hats on. And then they started to talk about, ooh, the Red Sea's gone, but we could be the Wolf's Den. Ooh, can you imagine everybody howling when we're running out at night through whatever? This is going to be awesome. They started to talk about the marketing. They started to talk about the way that they can just galvanize the whole community behind this. And our artists, probably 10 minutes after we started to really nail down the options, these young men started firing off prototypes. And they're amazing, and we're looking forward to having all three work together and bring in, hopefully, graphic artist department, or even a professional that may want to give them some tips on how to solidify and fine-tune what we already think is a really cool name. Kids and faculty alike. It was over 60% for faculty, over 60% for every grade, including the 8th graders that we reached down to Bristow and Sedgwick. And luckily, we had Emily's brother who was giving her intel down at Sedgwick, and she was bringing that intel up to our committee as well. So we were really working to try and fold in all voices and get that total buy-in. And our students and the students who are going to be coming up next year can't wait. And we're looking so forward to now pushing forward this opportunity to bring the community together under, dare I say it, full moon. Let's go get them, Red Wolves. Thank you so much. Oh, here are some of the comments. The wolf has an innate understanding of the value of teamwork. Wolves are fiercely loyal to their pack. They are the ultimate team players. Wolves are expert communicators, brave and loyal. If you ever watch them and observe them on those nature shows, they communicate and they coordinate their hunting strategies. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack, by Rudyard Kipling. Red wolves are rare and connected with Connecticut through natural habitat and conservation at Beardsley Zoo in Bridgeport, Connecticut. So you can see them. And what's a fun fact too is the red wolf is very closely related to coyotes, and so they're genetically very, very close. You can even take a look at them; they look very similar depending on the wolf and where they're living. And so it's really cool. We had, some of the other suggestions, but this was the one that rose to the top and was the clear favorite across the board. Questions, discussion?
So again, I wanted to thank really all of our committees. I know that this has been a long process that's taken up a fair amount of everyone's time and all of the students that participated in this. And the groups are here to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you could put the screen up.
Yes. Charlotte, if you could have the screen to go up, please. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. So now the secrets have been revealed. Teammates, questions, comments you may have? Yes, Andrew.
Oh, now it is. Okay. For the imagery, is that something that, would the same committee decide that, or would that be like a school-wide referendum or more unitary?
A little bit of both, so the committee will reconvene again.
Mr. Hines, if you could just turn your mic on.
It'll be a little bit of both. I'm going to wait for some direction from the board and central office as to how they want us to proceed moving forward. But we hope to include the committee members that submitted some of the sketching, and then of course they'll have a wide variety of selections that kids can select from, faculty members as well. So we'll go through that process as well, hopefully to be able to have student voice, faculty voice, because they're the ones that are going to want to live with it, connect with it, and really push it out there moving forward.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that a little bit is, I think it's a kind of a combination of all those. At least at Hall, we'd probably look at keeping that committee together. But now that we've revealed the name, if there's some other students or even faculty people who want to join in the committee for the kind of that final imagery, I think we're hoping to look at even getting some of the some professional people in there. Just kind of help sometimes with, and I don't know if Sebastian want to talk about it. He's a little bit more articulate about color and scheme things, so that when you go out to get the various the various swag and things that you talk about certain here. I don't know if I want to put you on the spot, but the technical part of it.
So some of the things that you want to focus on when especially selecting colors is making sure that can be represented both in print, fabric, in lights, everything. So making sure that you use a certain color tone for everything. So we're definitely going to make sure that a professional will be there to make sure that all the colors will be used correctly, and then whether it's print, fabric, anything, the colors represented correctly. And obviously to fix up any kind of lines or anything that a student may have missed.
Avery.
So this may be a question that members of the board or that will be answered later, but in regards to merchandise and school imagery, like the posters that we have on the walls, is there a plan for how we're going to be phasing out the retired names and adding in the new names?
You want to?
I can talk about it a little bit in general, and then Andy, if you want to jump in. So this is one of those things that this is the switch between the names and the mascots, and this is one of the things that goes back from 7 years ago. And some people have asked questions about costs and things like that. We've phased out the old names and the mascots pretty significantly at both schools, even in uniforms. There's a few left, so what happens is a lot of that phase out happens with uniforms over time as the natural progression is varsity uniform become JV uniform, become freshman uniforms. And so you'll see that switch over time in the coming years. In terms of in the building, there isn't a lot of things left that say Chieftains and Warriors at the two places. We've chosen to go with Conard at Hall at both schools over the past 7 years because of what's happened in the past. So realistically, you're just talking about a couple spots in the gym floor, which will be sanded and painted over, and then the end zones. So the solution for all those things is really just a matter of paint. So yeah, the end zones, like for example, would be painted over. But you wouldn't replace all the turf. You'll paint them over. That's what they do at Foxborough Stadium. That's what they do at Giant Stadium. There's stencils they use. And then eventually you'd replace that end zone. You replace the turf field naturally. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. So it sounds like it's going to be relatively simple.
Yeah.
Claire.
Yes, I wanted to thank especially the students who took the time to be part of this process, but wondered if any of you would like to speak and share what the experience was like, for what you learned about taking this different kind of role in your school?
So I asked to be part of this committee back in March because I wanted to have a say in the new name of the school. As part of the committee, we discussed a bunch of new names suggested by students. We reviewed a lot of them every single Friday to ensure that the new names were selected by the students and represented the Hall community. As a member of the school, I'm happy that we chose Titans. I think that it represents Hall very well. And I'm excited to see the new Titans in the future coming to the school.
And anyone from Hall or from Conard that want to share? Okay, that's fine.
Shy.
I respect that.
Other questions, comments? Jason?
Yeah, I also want to really echo the thanks and appreciation for the thoughtfulness that went into the process. And, you know, I really enjoy learning about how the process created new conversations at the school. And you know, I think one thing that, you know, is that I hope those conversations continue happening, right? That continue how each generation of students that comes will define that, and so I'm curious, you know, how might, you know, these new names, you know, sort of inspire other conversations or continue the culture of the high schools, maybe in ways that haven't done before, or to continue a tradition that has been effective. Thanks.
I'll speak to that. I think part of the excitement is sort of seeing how students moving forward interpret what it means to be a Red Wolf. I think that, you know, what's going to be exciting as well is having those discussions in community, always going back to those principles of you know, what it means, that loyalty, that togetherness, just really thinking about who we are. And it's a way to continue to check, you know, in an easy way, are we lining up with those principles that we know are established as vision of the graduate, and to be good people, but it's also a part of who we are. And we really are looking forward to folding those concepts into the climate and culture of our school, and it's going to be a part of what we do, and we'll be revisiting and referencing what it means to be a Red Wolf, just like we used to with the other name as well. It's going to be an integral part of who we are and how we have discussions too, always.
Other questions or comments? If I may, sitting right there, yes, not to put you on the spot, but he put you on the spot, they put you on the spot. May I ask, and if you don't feel comfortable then, that's, what motivated you to be so involved in helping to get to the finish line?
Mr. Sosmo asked if I'd be interested in helping, so I decided that I knew people that would be talking about it, and I have friends that I've heard talking about it, so I just decided that it'd be good to kind of step up and see what other people were saying to help let them know what they were saying.
Well, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for my colleagues here, but very proud of you, and very proud of you as well for being willing to receive and engage with others and hear their thoughts and work towards a common goal. So very good for the both of you. We're proud of you.
Can I just interject a little bit on Emily's behalf? Emily is downplaying her involvement, and I appreciate her modesty, but she really helped organize the campaign, talking to kids. That's an understatement as to how important that piece is, to be able to navigate those spaces and really understand explicitly what kids are feeling about, because she'll be able to get, you know, an untethered response. They'll tell her the real feeling where we may get something that's guarded or lukewarm. So it was really important that she was able to tap into those different circles and come back and say, listen, we need to change this up, and this is what we need to do, an all-out blitz, and here's how it needs to happen. And so her voice was so important in that room amongst adults and amongst some leaders in the school. Emily really made sure that we understood what the kids were thinking.
Nicely done. That's a skill set. Nicely. Other questions or comments, teammates? Ethan?
I just have a minor question. Is it, you don't have to do it now, I'd be interested to see what the other 3 names were for each school, if you guys can send it, because it's sort of a mystery, just curious. Thanks.
I will share, Ethan, that my personal favorite, the hall monitors, got very little traction. We had a whole little image of the little gecko. It was going to be spectacular. Didn't get the votes. Didn't make it. It didn't make the cut. No. Oh yeah. Student section could have been timeout. We had a whole plan.
Other thoughts or comments? All right, receiving none then, I am seeking a motion that we approve the recommendation of the superintendent that the name Titans replace the name Warrior as the mascot for Hall High School. Is there a second?
Second.
And we'll have discussion. All right, we're going to proceed with a roll call vote. Discussion? Yes, Ethan.
Well, I don't know if this is discussion, it's a comment. This has nothing to do with you all. When the original debate over the team mascot started, most of the emails that were sent to the board for the change of the names emphasized the importance of healing the town. The implication being that the past names were divisive. However, again, it has nothing to do with the students or the teachers or the administration. I feel that the process was rushed. We had only 2 months during the holiday season to discuss. When the motion was asked to extend it for a month, it failed, which is, I understand. When part of the process of the 2 months was to look and see what the feedback would be from the students, from the community, and from Native American tribes, the student feedback we got was negative to the change. The community was mixed, at least I thought it was mixed. Again, it's subject to opinion. And even though he came 2 to 3 months late, the one Native American who took the time to come talk to us was emphatic about not changing it. So I actually like the names. I just don't like the process. I would, which again, I don't, is on here. I just think it's important to take time to delay, get people to buy in, and just heal the town, so to speak, because there's just too many issues that devise this. So therefore, I will vote no, but figure I might as well explain it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate your thoughts, and I will say that I appreciate your thoughts, and we can respectfully disagree on how the process took place, but thank you again for your candor.
I realize it won't change anything.
That's all right. Any other points for discussion with the motion that's on the floor? Okay. Yes, Deb.
I want to say that regardless of how anyone feels about the names Chieftains and Warriors, I think the community can all get behind the civic engagement and the sense of community that has happened at both high schools as a result of this process, and the sense of empowerment for the students. So this is an exciting new chapter for our district, and I would encourage our town to come out and support the Titans and the Red Wolves.
Can I just add one thing? I do appreciate for Tom and for the group of you, there were people whose names I recognize who were opposed to the process who you included in the committee, so thank you for that. I thought that was good. So.
Other points for discussion with the current motion on the floor in regard to accepting the recommended name of Titans for Hall as the mascot. Hearing none, Charlotte, may you please call the roll?
Dr. Chang?
Yes.
Mr. Goldman?
No.
Dr. Harris?
No.
Ms. Nazarella?
Yes.
Ms. Poland?
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg?
Yes.
Dr. Thomas Farquharson?
Yes. The yeses have it. So, Hall, your new mascot name is now the Hall Titans. All right. Now, moving on to the next motion, seeking a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent that the name Red Wolves replace the name Chieftain as the mascot for Conard High School. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second?
I second.
Discussion. Hearing none, Charlotte, may you please call the roll?
Dr. Chang?
Yes.
Mr. Goldman?
No.
Dr. Harris?
No.
Ms. Nazarella?
Yes.
Ms. Poland?
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg?
Yes.
Dr. Thomas Farquharson?
Yes. The yeses have it. So we now have a new mascot name for Conard, the Conard Red Wolves. All right. Well, thank you so very much again for your collective effort. We look forward to the journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. We will proceed with our agenda as motions and things are happening, but we'll be flexible in the process. And now we're going to move on to new business. And with that, we are looking at the ratification of the West Hartford Board of Education Paraprofessionals contract, as well as the ratification of the West Hartford Board of Education Custodians contract, in addition to the ratification of the West Hartford Board of Education Skilled Trades contract. So we have Mr. Julio Duarte here and Dr. Andy Murrow. So passing it to you, please.
Great, thank you. As you can see, we've all been very busy. Before I begin, I do just want to give a quick shout out and thanks to Dr. Morrow and also Liz Hewitt, who couldn't be here with us today, but they've been just a huge resource for me as I've transitioned into this new role, and I think we finished 8 contracts, or hopefully after today, we'll have a fair amount done. So it's been a great learning experience for me, but I really want to just publicly acknowledge Andy and Liz for their support and partnership in this process. So with that said, before you for approval is a ratified agreement between the Board of Education and the West Hartford Board of Education Paraprofessionals. This is a group of approximately 200 extremely dedicated staff members that perform designated functions in a variety of settings. These range from traditional office duties to supporting students who have been mandated for special education. And regardless of the role, they use their diverse skill sets to work collaboratively with school staff and administration. The paraprofessionals ratified this agreement on May 25th. The contract you are voting on this evening is a 4-year contract. I did want to just say, in response to minimum wage increases and general market conditions, we did make some structural changes to the contract, which we believe will help us not only better recruit folks, but also retain them. And certainly, as you know, with our paraprofessionals, that's been a challenge for us. So we are very excited to be able to move forward with this. And so in addition to these structural changes, we're also looking at, for the 2022-23 step movement and a 3.5% increase. In 23-24 step movement and 2.5% increase. In 24-25, there'll be no step movement for folks, but we will do a 3.25 general wage increase. And again, in 25-26, a step movement and a 3.25 general wage increase. Looking at the insurance category, we have increased the employee premium cost share 22-23 to 17.25, and 23-24 to 17.5, and 24-25 to 17.75, and then in 25-26 to 18%. And in addition, we also increased the employee premium cost share and for pension plan there, and so that'll be in 22-23 to 5.25, and 23-24 to 5.5. And 24-25 to 5.75, and then in 25-26 to 6%. The last piece I want to just highlight is that we did increase the longevity payment by $150 for the first 3 categories, and then for $250 for the last category, which is 20 years of service or more. So that summarizes our agreement, and I did want to just take a moment to thank all of our paraprofessionals for the work that they do, and that they help provide a supportive, safe, and a nurturing environment in all of our buildings. So we would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have on this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Questions, comments? Claire?
Yeah, I was just curious on the salaries, the reason for the 2.5. Each year it's a 3.5 and then you have a 2.5. Is there something going on in that second year? Is it about staff increase?
Yeah. Yes, we had to wind up restructuring part of their salary scale for a number of reasons, for two major reasons that were driving the conversations that we were having with them. One, to bring in line with the increases in Connecticut minimum wage for some of their categories, and then also to better come in line with neighboring districts as far as recruitment. As you know, we've talked about the difficulty we have for some of the specific para needs that we have in recruiting and retaining personnel, which then leads to at times then having to outsource for various services, and we think that this will make us more competitive. But in many steps, we were combining different steps and so forth to address those two concerns.
I just, it's a very important group of people, and most people don't understand their importance and how much a school wouldn't run without them. So I'm glad to see that these improvements are here.
Yes, Gail.
Thanks. You had said that the insurance premium was increased to, like, those are increased numbers, right? Can you tell me approximately, how much it was before that we've increased that?
So we were for the pairs, we were at 17 and at 17 flat, and then so we've gone up essentially 0.25% throughout that. So going to 17 and 1/4, and then you'll see the increase every year that quarter.
Okay. And are we paying, this is health insurance, right?
Correct.
Are we paying just the employee's health insurance, or are we paying like the family as well?
That's really a decision that the employee has a chance to make. This is, for example, if someone chooses to just have their own, just one person, they're paying 17%. If they choose to engage in a family, in the family portion, then they're still paying 70% of that increased
Okay,
portion.
so they're paying 17% in either situation.
Correct, yep.
And then, I know I've asked this before, but I apologize, the longevity is a yearly thing, right? You give that every year.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ethan.
I already know the answer to the question, but I want to ask it anyways, and I realize Liz isn't here today. I assume this fits within the budget?
She told me to tell you yes.
I'm
I'm not exaggerating. Liz said, remember, Ethan's going to ask if it's already factored into the budget. Yes, it is.
And I'll save you, Ethan, I'll save you the trouble for the other 2 contracts too.
No, and as I think we explained before, when we go ahead and budget, we project certain expectations, and we had a rough idea where a lot of this was going to land. Again, looking at previous contracts, looking at neighboring districts and such. So we wind up with a pretty good.
I assume that, but I just figured I should ask the question. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Jason.
Thank you. So I'm thinking about the last contract that we talked about too, and our discussion about potential shortages in the coming year or years, and I'm wondering if you can help me understand what are some of the certification requirements for paraprofessionals, and I have a follow-up question to that, but I wanted to understand that piece of it first.
Sure, it really depends on what role they're filling within schools, and truthfully too, the state of Connecticut has increased some of the requirements, which is also making it more challenging for us to find folks, because they'll now need to meet certain training, certain credentials, and so again, when we took a look at the contract, we wanted to keep all that into consideration, because that also has costs to our employees that now need to get some of these credentials, and I think it's important for us really not just the recruitment, and I hear that piece, but in my world too, it's also really that retention. And we want to invest in our folks, and as Claire mentioned, they are a key component, and they make really strong relationships, not only with our kids, our families, but also with our staff. And I know, and I remember being back in the building where you knew who's the para you can trust, and when you've got a situation, you know you're going to go to them, and that child and that family is going to be in really good hands. And we want to make sure, because we've developed that, and that we maintain them, and that they stay with us.
I'd follow up just as a caution as you plan going into the future and with this contract, which we think is a fair contract. With that being said, we have to adjust this contract for minimum wage for people that are doing unbelievably important work for us. And it's going to be, there's a domino effect of a shortage of teachers, which is a Connecticut issue, and it's a national issue right now coming out of the pandemic with more hiring because of ESSER. One of the ways we get paras is recent college graduates that will be a para for a year or two, maybe wouldn't get a job for X reason, Y reason, but then they get in a district, they get known in a district, they're beloved in the district, and so many of our professional staff, our teachers, have come from para TAs. We're going to have less of those people because the kids graduating from college are getting hired immediately right now.
Just to follow up on that, just to give you a sense of how much a relationship the paras have developed. In my time at Conard, in the 8 years that I was principal there, 2 of the years, a para was named as graduation speaker by the class. That's the type of connection that, and the relationships they're forging, not only with the students they're working with, but with all kids.
Not to mention the number of yearbooks dedicated to a paraprofessional. Shocking.
Also, just to add, we also go the flip side of that. And if we have in the past, if we have paraprofessionals that have indicated that desire to be certified as a teacher, we have certainly gone ahead and helped and supported that, and will continue to do so. Because again, these are valuable members of our school community.
Yeah, and I'm excited too. We've mentioned some of our teacher residency program, which I know we'll talk more about. So we actually have folks that are current paras going into that we're really excited to support through that process, and can't wait to see them in our classrooms.
Good to hear. Good. Oh, please, Jason and then Claire. Yes.
Yeah. So that's really important information. Thank you. And just as a note, I've spoken with 2 parents whose jobs changed during the pandemic, and have found really satisfying, fulfilling, incredible work as paras in the district, and just really have been so grateful for that experience, and have a whole new outlook on their career and being a part of the community. It's such a fantastic role. But there was something about the last time that I asked it was a bug in my head, and I remember hearing about a Reciprocity Initiative that I think, so the date I have is in April 21st. And apparently was some kind of state level initiative to recognize the credentials from other states, or increasing the flexibility. Is that already factored into the playing field, or?
Yeah, in terms of Connecticut's reciprocity, Connecticut, you can look at it as a positive. Connecticut is incredibly difficult to get certification in comparison with neighboring states. Look at it as a real negative in that people coming to Connecticut have to jump through hoops that are really beyond unfortunate. We have somebody right now that we're continuing to work with who's one of our greatest employees with a doctorate from out of state that is still questioning this one piece in the state of Connecticut. And Julio's on the phone with the state, I'm on the phone with the state. Reciprocity is not what it should be in Connecticut.
Thank you.
Claire?
Yeah, so I'm happy to see that some of the pairs are doing the teacher residency program. I just wondered is there any paraprofessional development offered, and is there support for the Parapro exam for paras? And one of my big passions is raising up and helping the paras have more of a voice. They do represent a larger, diverse staff. Right. And for students to see people with a voice, people with a passion, people that, represent a wide, diverse.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's an incredibly important part of our school communities, and they really are, hand in hand with our teaching staff, with our office staff, and that we do have and have developed specifically in the past 4 years specific targeted training for paras, depending upon different job classifications, and certainly encourage them to be a part of this, and so we will continue to work really through our curriculum office and to work with the principals on developing this, and it's been very well received.
Yeah, and providing some of that time, and we have some flexibility where students may not be in the building, but the pairs are with us so that we can really accommodate their schedules. And as Andy said, I think what's important is identifying areas where they see growth and need growth, and then saying, let's provide that professional development and find the experts within our system that can do that. I know Rosina's done amazing work supporting that. Melissa, Carrie Jones, a lot of them have done some really great PD for folks.
Other questions, comments? All right, well, we're going to move with 3 separate motions. The first one, we have a recommendation that the Board of Education ratify the negotiated agreement between the West Hartford Board of Education Paraprofessionals and the Board of Education for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2026. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. On to the next one. Seeking a motion that the Board of Education ratify the negotiated agreement between the West Hartford Board of Education Custodians and the Board of Education for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
Yes, just to ask for the presentation.
Pardon me. Yes, indeed. Excuse me.
It's always got to be one in the room, guys.
You heard them all.
It's rarely me, to be fair.
Please pardon.
There you go. It's good. It's budgeted. We're good.
All right.
All right, take it away.
If I could have the attention of the class again, please. Before you, for approval, is a ratified agreement between the Board of Education and the West Hartford Board of Education Custodians. This is a group of approximately 75 extremely dedicated staff members that really are the heart and soul of many of our buildings. We've always known the importance of our custodial staff, but I think over the last couple years, it's probably been even highlighted how important they really are and what they're willing to do to make sure that our students and our staff are safe. So the custodians ratified this agreement on June 4th, and so the contract that you are voting on this evening is a 5-year contract. It will call for a general wage increase of 3% for the first 3 years of the contract and a 2.5% increase for the last 2 years of the contract. Looking at the insurance category, we have increased the employee premium cost share in 2022-23 to 19.5%, in 23-24 and 24-25 to 20%. Then in 25-26, it will increase to 20.25%, and in 2026-27, it will increase to 20.5%. In addition, we have increased the employee premium cost share, and in 2022-23, and then again in 23-24 to 5.5%. In 2024-25 to 5.75%, in 25-26 to 6%, and then in 2026-27 to 6.25%. So that summarizes this agreement. I did want to take a moment to thank all of our custodians for their hard work and what they do every day to ensure that our buildings and our grounds meet the high expectations that we've set forth here in West Hartford Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, I do apologize for jumping
Nope.
with that.
Not at all, not at all.
Questions, comments? Yes.
I have just a question on the pension plan. So the employee is going to pay, like, for example, in 22, 23, 5.5% of their gross income. Is that, I'm just curious how it works in terms of, is the school matching that, or is the school putting in, I mean, the district putting in, is it a match, or is it work differently?
Go ahead.
The custodian, it's, they participate in the town of West Hartford pension plan, and so this is their contribution piece into that. It's different than what you're thinking from a matching standpoint is like a 403B or a 401 that may be a private situation where if you're not covered under the town pension piece, you can contribute 6% of your income, and the town or the organization or the company would match that contribution piece. But this is a defined pension piece through the town of West Hartford.
Okay.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Claire.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Having worked in elementary schools, I just have to say the custodians are so loved by the kids, and for people out there who have been removed from elementary, I don't know how it works in high school and middle school, but I don't know how you hire such great people who know all the kids' names. It's really wonderful to see. They're an amazing part of the building.
Thank you, Claire, and that's a direct, a direct reflection again of the hard work they do. We've talked about, and I know I've talked about with you, especially in the last 2 years, just the important work that our custodial staff has done across the board. And, when some people talk about, well, should we be, some districts outsource custodian work and stuff like that. And we've always made a point of saying just how integral they are to our building operation and what a key component they are for our operations and really to our community.
And that's why I really did say, I really meant it when I said they are the heart and soul of many of the buildings. And what I always admire too with them is when they had a job to do, it wasn't just about doing the job, it was about doing it right and really having a passion for doing that. And they always knew that what they were doing, had a big picture message. So again, I really do want to publicly thank them. And especially I think over the last couple years, they deserve an extra thank you. So.
Absolutely. Other questions at all? All right, so now I will follow through with seeking a motion that the Board of Education ratify the negotiated agreement between the West Hartford Board of Education custodians and the Board of Education for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2027.
I'll motion again.
Thank you. Is there?
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? All right, all of those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. Back to you, please.
All right. Before you for approval is a ratified agreement between the Board of Education and the West Hartford Board of Education Skilled Trades. So this is a group of approximately 15 dedicated and highly skilled professionals that help ensure our buildings run smoothly and comfortably every day. Some examples of the roles that they fill are carpenters, plumbers, HVAC, just to name a few. The Skilled Trades ratified this agreement on May 19th. So the contract that you're voting on this evening is a 5-year contract and will call for a general wage increase of 3% every year. Looking at the insurance category, unlike most of our bargaining unions, the Skilled Trades premium cost share is a percentage of their base pay. So the chart on page 7 of your board agenda book highlights the percentage that they will be required to pay each year. As you can see, we have increased the employee premium cost share each year throughout the duration of the contract. In addition, we have increased the employee premium cost share in 2022-23 to 5.25%, and 23-24 to 5.5%, and 2024-25 to 5.75%, and 2025-26 to 6%, and then in 2026-27 to 6.25%. Lastly, we also increased the longevity payment by $225 for each category. So that summarizes the agreement, and as I typically like to do, I did want to take a moment to thank all of our skilled trade professionals for maintaining the comfort and safety of all of our buildings and grounds. So again, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Excuse me, questions at all, comments? All right. Well, before we seek a motion, we'll wait for a rest. But I do want to say with all of these individuals, these groups here, our paraprofessionals, education custodians, and our skilled trades contract, I think certainly the last 2 years, if not more than any other time, has reminded us of just how important all of our educational teammates are, and in particular those that are here. And there's some things that when you may be inclined to take for granted, you are reminded of, no, you certainly may not do that. So thank you so much. So at this time, again, yes, Ethan,
I
yes.
just had one question. How many more contracts are still open?
So we have 3 that... We have 3 left that we're going to work on them probably throughout the summer, and I'm hoping to bring them before the board, first thing in September, depending on if we can meet with everybody.
So they can wait till September?
They will, and so like I said, we've had some different obstacles and challenges with just scheduling. None of our issues really is just with trying to coordinate schedule. So I feel very comfortable, and we've actually got 2 of them that are currently in motion right now, and if we had a little bit more time, we probably would get through them, but we didn't want to rush anything. So
I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? All right, seeking a motion that the Board of Education ratify the negotiated agreement between the West Hartford Board of Education Skilled Trades and the Board of Education for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. All things have passed. Thank you so much. Moving on now to staff communications and reports, we now will receive our superintendent's report. But before just passing the baton, the mic over to you, Mr. Moore, I just want to recognize that this is your last time giving the superintendent's report in this role. For those who may not know, and I can't see how you would not know, this is the last meeting of the academic school year, but it also is the last meeting with Tom Moore serving as superintendent of West Hartford. And so we are used to you giving the superintendent's report, but this time it's quite a bittersweet moment. So with that, passing it off to you.
Thank you. And before I address that, a couple things that I haven't had the chance to mention. Congratulations to Michelle Haggerty from Smith STEM School, who was named West Hartford's Teacher of the Year. Again, a great collection. A great collection of teachers, and Michelle will represent West Hartford so well. There are too many people to recognize all the things that have happened in sports, music, and academics over the past couple weeks. It is remarkable, the successes at our 2 schools, and congratulations to all the kids, and specifically Andrew and Avery. You did a wonderful job as our board reps. From me, I've known a lot of board reps, and you represented your schools exceptionally well, and thank you for that, and congratulations on the great things ahead for you. With graduation next week, congratulations to all of our graduates and our retirees. It's wherever they're retiring from in West Hartford Public Schools, they have been a part of the fabric that makes West Hartford great. And the public schools, and I'm so fortunate to have been a part of it. This is my 318th board meeting as assistant superintendent or superintendent. There's been 321. I missed 3. One for COVID at the last meeting. It finally got me. One for being named Superintendent of the Year for the state of Connecticut, which I will be at the White House November 4th. And I thank all of you, because that wouldn't be possible without West Hartford and what West Hartford's done for me. And the third one, far most importantly, I missed it to go to a Conard State playoff game that my Jack played quarterback in, and will always be a memory, though they lost. So, with that, I'm a history teacher. I introduce myself when people don't know me, when they ask, and I want to be, if I'm on vacation or anything, hey Tom, what do you do? I just always say, I'm a history teacher. It's much easier that way. And when people ask me what I'm doing, I say I'm a history teacher on special assignment as a superintendent right now, because it's far more of who I am. So when at the risk of tremendous hubris, I want to paraphrase Washington's farewell address. And the second to last paragraph, I won't do the 34 pages. Washington's farewell address was far more well known by the Civil War than the Declaration of Independence was. Washington's farewell address was the treatise of what it means to be an American, way more than the Declaration of Independence. It kind of shifted in the 1880s back to the 100th anniversary kind of threw it off. Anyway, but people used to read 34 pages of Washington's words. Second to last paragraph, I'll paraphrase for my purposes. Though in reviewing the incidents of my administration, I am unconscious of intentional error, I am nevertheless too sensible of my defects not to think it probable that I may have committed many errors. Whatever they may be, I fervently beseech you to avert or mitigate the evils to which they may tend. I shall also carry with me the hope that West Hartford will never cease to view them with indulgence, and that after 26 years of my life dedicated to its service with an upright zeal, the faults of incompetent abilities will be consigned to oblivion, as myself must soon be to the mansions of rest. Not rest yet, though. And if I could, thank you to my wife Tara and the sacrifices she's made for me to be able to do this job and to work in West Hartford and make West Hartford more than just a job, but my life. My two kids, Jack and Fallon, have had it's not easy being the superintendent's kid. Everybody's going to know what you do and how, and they have handled it with such grace, and I am so honored every day to be their father. Thank you to the board and all the boards that have gone before. Your support of me has, support without agreement is something people don't understand. Support without agreement means, what's your motivation, where are you coming from? And I've tried to come from a place of integrity, and I'm very thankful to the boards that have come before. My team, Andy, Paul, Rosina, Gretchen, Melissa, young Mr. Duarte, Ann, Carrie, everybody that had a hand in making this district so good. But God, if you saw what they did during COVID, if you saw Vicinus and Ann and Andy for weeks here past midnight, literally, I don't know how Vicinus does it. I don't know how he lives his life with the lack of sleep. But they have represented me in this district so well. Thanks to the parents of West Hartford in allowing and entrusting their most precious gift to me, my team, and we promise all the time safety, and we're reminded in Texas that it's hard to make promises, but I can tell you that Eric Dempsey, our security, our teachers, our staffs do everything we can to keep our kids safe every day. And any criticisms that come, please level with me. Lay those with me, because these people, I can't say enough about what they do. Finally, thanks to my kids, and by my kids I mean those I was fortunate enough to teach and coach at Conard. To them I am filled with never-ending gratitude for the lessons that they taught me when I was supposed to be teaching them. So with that, thank you all. I have loved my time here.
Thank you, Tom. You're not off the hook because there is a moment later in the agenda where we're going to share our thoughts with you, but...
I think we can all agree with that.
Oh, no. No. So thank you. But with respect to the superintendent's report, any questions with what has been shared at all? All right, hearing none, we will move on now to staff reports and board discussions. We now will receive the elementary and secondary schools emergency relief grants. We have Dr. Andrew Murrow here, Mr. Paul Vicinis, and thank you so much. Mr. Julio Duarte, take it away.
At the risk of popping on the screen, we are going to try to visually show you what we're going to be doing.
Please.
Yep. There's the problem. Luckily, we have an entire summer to have IT fix that, so we should get on that. So this is really an update. As we talked about initially when we explained the ESSER programming and the plan that we had, a lot of that was the placeholders that we said once we were into the recovery efforts, into the time we would shift around and we would share with you where we're headed with that. And so this is really an opportunity to go ahead and do that. You don't have a motion or anything. This is an informational. Here's where we're headed going forward with using up our ESSER funds.
So just by way of reminder, ESSER is grounded in federal legislation. It actually breaks out over 3 different acts, as you see here, which for simplicity's sake we refer to as ESSER 1, 2, and 3. The allocations of funds are actually based on Title I allocations for districts. So every public school district, received a different allocation, and the funds themselves have a different term of expiration in terms of our ability to use them, with the funds really being able to be applied over multiple years. So in terms of how the funds are targeted, we have developed really these 6 lines of effort, with academic renewal and learning acceleration being one of the greatest, but certainly of importance are all of our lines of effort. As you see here, I won't read them to you, but I will make mention that they do mirror the parameters and the requirements that are set forth in the federal legislation, and they do need to, all of our efforts are submitted and they do need to be approved at the state and federal level. So everything that we've done is in good keeping. These were our initial allocations, and what we're here tonight to do is to talk to you about the changes, as each year we have a requirement to kind of recertify, resubmit, and provide updates to the state in terms of, are we sticking with this plan? But this was our initial plan when we went into kind of COVID relief or COVID response and relief. So this really is the meat of our report, is modifications that we're planning to make. First, most importantly, and I think in follow-up to a board conversation that we had recently with the budget, where we were looking at the reallocation of pay-to-play money, we looked at what were some needs in the buildings that we are observing during COVID, and beyond our academic needs, which we have again significant funds addressed towards that. One of the biggest glaring needs that we anticipated but couldn't necessarily get our arms around the depth was in and around student dysregulation as it manifests with student behaviors, as it manifests with mental health needs. So what we're looking to do is make a significant investment over the next 2 years, and a corresponding modification to our grant to be able to provide school counselors and behavioral trained behavioral specialists, those with some behavior specialties, directly within our elementary schools. We had already provided supports within our middle school and high school under our initial application, and so this was an area that we felt we're really seeing some significant need, and the earliest possible intervention will serve us the greatest.
Maybe it's better just to show the next slide, click, be done, and then just be done with the slides.
Yeah, I apologize. This is equally driving me crazy. I'm going to let you look at this. This slide defines the variances.
You'll see that the major modification, again, is the increase and the shifting of funds over to the social, emotional, and mental health aspect, and that's really where we see also then the pay-to-play reduction is in the family and community connection there, and it's offsetting that.
Yeah, those are the ends of the slide, so we can bring that up.
We can get rid of the screen and then we can.
I will.
We can talk about the mental health.
Oh, such a relief. Yeah. I'm just going to take a moment and enjoy that. So again, the major modification is the introduction. We're currently templating in the neighborhood of 5 counselors that would be spread across our elementary schools. And a student mental health coordinator would not be an administrative position, but would be kind of a teacher type position, an individual who has specific training within mental health that can help to oversee and coordinate the efforts of those school counselors and their deployment to our middle schools, the programming, the things that they would be responsible for. We're also looking to, on the academic side, we're seeing a bump in our English language learners, and so we want to be able to provide additional FTEs, additional full-time employee equivalents, to make sure that we have the most highly qualified support for our English language learners as kind of a tweak to our academic plan. Those really are the major differences in terms of placeholders within the ESSER budget. As you saw very briefly on the slide, as we shift those funds to help support the elementary counselors, really a bulk of that is coming from the pay-to-play, as we said. There are tweaks in the academic, but as you saw, the decrease there was really only 1% of the overall allocation that we have to the academic plan. So all of the pieces that we have previously reported on do remain in effect, and please do.
Yeah, one of the pieces that I'm sure Melissa would want to highlight as well is, and it's really an immaterial economic impact, but just so that you have it in the back of your head, and we'll present more about this next year, is one of the things that we are working at is means of increasing access for families and for students to mental health supports. And what we're seeing in many cases is, again, students who may be having a need to engage in professional supports outside of the school day, who are unable to access that due to employment of parents, due to family situations, due to a number of situations. And so we are working, and Melissa and I have had conversations, and we're working with some various providers and clinics and major medical groups in the area about starting at the high schools to have dedicated space for clinicians to see students who would normally be seen after school at the bridge or whatever their services would be. And so many other districts have looked at this, and there's very little, if any, cost to us, and it's just working out some of the specifics and the legalities of it. And again, working hand in hand with the various providers. But I do think it's something that we're excited about. I think anything we can do, as Paul said, anything we can do to provide and facilitate access for students and for families is definitely a plus. And that's really also then the idea behind the mental health coordinator, someone who will work with not only the counselors, but also with the social workers and the various outreach people that we have to make sure that we're not we're not leaving anyone behind, to make sure that we're not having anyone fall between the cracks of this.
And so really the only other thing I wanted to mention, obviously we plan to continue to provide you these reports as the ESSER grant progresses throughout its life cycle. And each year we have, we look at the funds, some of the variances that you'll see are more minor, just based on, hey, we budget this much for X number of people. Based on, if it's a person charge, based on where they come in on the salary scale, we budget X number for these particular resources. Maybe there's some slight modifications or differences, but those variances are fairly minor relative in the big picture. But we do have the ability to continue to be nimble with choices that we make in the grant each year as we update both the state of Connecticut and obviously you, the board, so that you're clear on the direction that we're moving and how we're utilizing these funds. So we're prepared to answer questions as we can.
All right, thank you so much. I saw a hand here for us, Deb. And then Ethan.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions about the new mental health positions. My first question is, these are projected to be one-year positions or two-year positions?
These are projected at 2 years, and that's what that has been budgeted at there.
Do we think, given their durational nature, that we'll have any difficulty recruiting? Are we looking for social workers or psychologists?
Yeah,
Social
so we're
workers?
looking, I can answer, we're looking at school counselors. Actually, we've got a couple postings, and they were doing some interviews already for opening that we have, and so we're starting to sort of build that pool. I actually have a meeting, hoping to get through today, and then we have a meeting tomorrow with Melanie Thomas and Ed Daddio and Melissa to sort of think about the process and how best to recruit. And again, we've got interns at high schools that are eager to stay in West Hartford, and we see this as a good opportunity to get in. And we know that there's always turnover, and so you're in here and to start that process. But both Melanie and Ed feel comfortable that they'll be able to find quality candidates for this.
Okay.
I think you hit on, a debate we had on the not really a debate, but is a triage model where you throw everything at it next year with 10, would that be better? I don't know, but it would be much harder to get 10 people to agree to a one-year contract than 5 to agree to a 2-year contract. So that was basically the
this is more stability and gives us a better option.
And I appreciate that piece, Tom, because I think that was the debate that even I was wrestling with in my mind, given my role. And I think it's hard to find and convince 10 folks to come and say, hey, just give me a year, and maybe we'll. And then I also think there's a piece too. If you're here for a year, like, what is your commitment level, perhaps? And so I think getting a 2-year commitment and knowing that we've got some possible retirements and just natural shifts that happen really opens this opportunity to a lot of people.
Thank you. And my second question has to do with the new school mental health money that's going to be coming in from the state, and how this might interplay with those new funds. I don't know if we yet have an accounting of how much our district is slated to receive. I haven't seen anything in writing on that, but I just think it's important for us to kind of keep an eye on the bigger picture, as far as there are these funds now coming from the state, which could also help support this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I haven't seen a specific figure yet on that either. I know that there has been a commitment, and we don't know the numbers on that, but that's certainly something that we would factor into all of this planning as well.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback to say that, we've seen that between the different title grants and different allocations. So we've had some things that initially we may have looked at for ESSER and said, oh, this grant fits it. Let's create a different opportunity over here.
Ethan.
2 questions, and I don't know if I have the right title because the screen's not down, but I wouldn't want you to put it back down. The student health position, is that a new position, or is that something you're copying? Because it just sounded like it was sort of pulled.
Yeah, that's in one of the pieces included in that additional 872 variance that we showed for the student mental health. What the goal of that would be is, again, it's a non-administrative position. It's a position that is working with counselors. It's a position working with counselors, with principals, with social workers, with our community outreach staff, and really helping to coordinate the various mental health services and the various the various supports that students and families are
But it
receiving.
sounded like it was something totally new, is that correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
we
still-
feel
you still
with the
gotta develop
addition,
it.
with the addition of the additional counselors as well as the other mental supports and the possible clinic and so forth, that we really need someone who's going to be available to help families navigate this.
But it's still a development type.
Correct, yeah.
Second question.
And it would be a two-year commitment.
Understand.
as well, yeah.
I think that's important if you want people to come, the 2 years, I get that. Athletic pay to play, you had a 484,000 reduction on the family. Was that 200,000 for athletic aid pay to play, or was that more?
So my recollection is that that's being phased in over 2 years, and I wanted to say that in year one, it was roughly a $200,000 variance, and then in the year two, it would be the 400,000, I believe at that
So
point.
you took
is the full-
600,000 out?
Yep.
All right. So for budgeting purposes, the commitment was we put it back in somehow. I don't know how, but yeah. I guess we worry about that next year. Thank you.
Other thoughts or questions? Claire?
So I had a question about the investment with the ESSER funds in the teacher residency program. Do you foresee that continuing after the cliff comes?
So I think that'll be something that, my office and working with Rosina and the team here will really strongly advocate for. Although I feel like I'm saying I want to buy something I haven't really seen yet, but I feel very confident that this is going to be a strong program. And really, too, we know that there's some more coming, more opportunities related to special education, a similar program. So we're really hoping that we would invest in that as well as a district. So I know we've got 3 mentor teachers already lined up. They are very eager. They're very good teachers, and so I'm excited to have them working with like our paraprofessionals and other folks working in that. So it's a really great opportunity, I think, for us as a district and to support our folks as well.
So I've had 2 years with working with teacher residency, and it's amazing. And when they enter our building, they bring such a different dimension, and they've become successful teachers. So I'm really glad we're doing it. I hope there is a budget area that can add this, because I think it's a great way to diversify our staff.
Yeah, and on a personal level, just getting to meet and interview different folks that applied for, the program, it's really just, it was heartwarming to see their true dedication to the craft and to then see just some of the roadblocks. I know, Jason, you've mentioned them, that are really put in front of some people's ways that make it really an obstacle for them to get in a profession that their heart is in and their desire is in. And it really seems like a roadblock that people are putting in their way that really, I would hope at some point we can look at on a state level to eliminate those. And so I think this is one great way of doing that. And again, I'm really humbled by just listening to them and their experiences in the classroom and their life experiences, which I think is also really fascinating, that many of these folks have some different life experiences that, will bring that lens to the classroom, to the building, to the district. That sometimes some of those life experiences are not things that you can get in classrooms, and really bringing that knowledge and that engagement to our students is again something I'm excited about. So I'll stop talking about it because it gets me excited.
If I could talk about one other thing that Julia is excited about that he'll be leading, just as under that same vein of bringing people in. 6 years ago, I recommended to eliminate the Leadership Academy, which you remember that we had teachers that we brought in, tapped on the shoulder, 10 to 12 per year, that it wasn't like they were getting their master's, but they were learning how to be a West Hartford administrator, doing special projects, and people that then got into the pipeline. Julio's a graduate of that academy that we had. I felt like, this was that time we were cutting budgets, and we had just hired so many new administrators that I felt like we're going to be telling 8 people a year there's openings coming, and there haven't been. Now there's about to be. I mean, in the time I've been at this meeting, I've gotten 3 notifications from superintendents asking me, do you have somebody that can serve as an interim high school principal? These are going to be happening. We need to rebuild our bench of future administrators that have come on board in West Hartford as teachers over the next few years. And that is something we can at least get seated and started with ESSER money. So I just wanted to get that out there now, because it's not formally in, but it's something that I would say we'll need to do and would need the board support over time. And it's tremendously cost effective. It's not an expensive program.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, because I am biased and passionate about that program as I went through it. But it's not only for those folks that want to be administrators. There was so much power in, a teacher or anyone, a staff member that went through the program and said, like, I don't want to go into administration. I just want to learn more of a systems view, and really from a principal lens, they would always come down and say, wow, I understand, like when you guys make a decision and I'm sitting in my chair and I'm like, what are you guys doing? And all of a sudden now I have that systems understanding, and it really helped even swing some of the different conversations within the building, because they said, hey, wait a minute, and that was colleagues having conversations with colleagues. So again, that's another program I am very excited about and eager to bring back.
One thing, if it is brought back, I would love to have you let people apply rather than principal recommendations.
It was both before. It was both. Yeah.
Right. So I just think there's unsung heroes and people that you wouldn't know about that would be great to be in that. And then just quickly to the focus work in the elementaries right now with the behaviors and those supports, it's so critical that you help them before they hit teens, before they hit the middle school. And when we talk about these behaviors that are overwhelming the schools, those behaviors, you could have 4 or 5 in one classroom. And then you have a teacher who then is trying to manage a classroom and teach with those kids that are struggling. So it's really great you're getting that help.
Gail.
Yeah, I was just wondering, we didn't get the graph where it shows the differences in our packet. We only, unless I'm wrong, we only got, what the original amounts were, but we didn't get the changes.
I can certainly make sure
Yeah, if you
that we
could
send
send
it out
because
and,
it just was kind of
post it
fleeting
as
up
well.
there. So I just had just a very couple of questions here. This end date that's on these 3 ESSER funds, is that the end date when the money has to be actually used, or is that the end date when we get the money?
No, I'm pretty certain it's an expenditure date.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
That's
has to
when,
be used
that's
up
when it
by-
has to be used, committed, et cetera. It can't just continue rolling past. On most of the grants, and again, I would defer to Liz on this, who I'm sure is at home yelling at me through her television. But on most of the grants that we currently have, there is a 2-year window for that, where as long as they are committed, that we then for bills and such to come in. So yes.
So we could use it beyond that 2 years as long as it's committed?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I thought you said you had a return in some of these. Oh, sorry.
If you don't spend or commit it, yes,
Right.
yes.
Okay, yeah.
And so but we can clarify that and go forward on that. But again, we fully expend our funding on this and fully plan to.
And then my second question, and I apologize because the slide went up so far and we don't have it in the packet. We added into the family and community connections the pay for play money. Is that correct? I just make it.
Yeah,
Subtracted from there.
make sure I understand the question. Yeah, so what the slide had shown was the overall net variance, and it does account for the pay for play within it.
It does, even though it seemed to be negative, but I didn't get a good
Yeah,
look
that
at
was
it.
taken out of there
out
and
of
then
that.
put into which category?
You're in essence, you're taking the original allocation for the family and community connections was $1.4 million. We modified it $484,000, which is the pay to play, offsetting the additional funding that was put into the bridge contract that we explained before. And then your revised allocation for that family and community connections is now, our revised plan for that is $972,000 towards that. On the other side, The modification for the social and mental health line went from 1.4 to 2.3. That reflected the increase in, that's where that
So I'm
funding
like
went.
really bad at numbers, and if I don't see it, I'm
I
even worse.
appreciate it. We'll make sure we get you this form, but yeah.
Could you just maybe
Sure,
forward us
we will.
that?
We
so
will.
that
We'll make
could
sure we
just look
forward
at
you
it?
the slide piece, because I understand the feedback with the screen.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Jason?
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. Sorry, I'm recovering from a cold, or I still have a cold. I hope to be recovering from this cold soon. Yes, thank you so much for the work on presenting this and the vision of, using these funds to support our students. I wanted to ask about how counselors are evaluated, or how that is a part of the district's evaluation of impact, or what are some of the metrics that have been used in the past about how counselors have impacted student life and well-being, and I want to connect that to the availability of this new incredible funding from SB1, SB2, and HB 5001 that establishes funds going forward, funds that aren't available until 2025, that measuring and producing information about the impact that counselors have is, to my mind, a solid path to establishing a kind of track record. And as I understand, it's kind of grant application. So you have to apply for those funds from the state. But if the work that we do with these counselors can serve as a basis for demonstrating a certain kind of impact, that we want to be able to track that for that future state application, to continue those funds, or to maybe the data tells us something different, right? But I'm kind of curious how we can think of this as a way to generate more information about that.
If I could go first, there's one simple thing there. The basic nuts and bolts, they themselves will be evaluated by principals and by both Melanie, who's in charge of school counseling, Ed Diadio, who also is. So there's a couple levels there about, they're evaluated different because it's not the same as a teacher, but you might sit in on a meeting with a child that the child gives approval to, sit in with a meeting with the parents. So there's that functioning of, are they effective? Is the program effective? And this is what I want to jump in on. I'm sorry, Paul, but it's one of the things I'm most passionate about. The counterintuitive nature of numbers going up of referrals, people thinking is a problem, is one of the things we most have to fight with. It means people are coming forward. It means there's somebody that they trust, yet those numbers are always used against us and always used against schools. And I can show you schools that look like, wow, that district has no mental health problems. That's not true. They're not finding them. And so as those numbers increase, the general nature is people get alarmed and say, look at this increase. But that is a testament to children coming forward, children being found. And it's almost like terrorism, where nobody knows about things that are prevented, and you can't quantify things that are prevented. But that's a part of the element of this, is that we'll know if there's effect. Basically, the very time that they spend with children is validation of the program, because that means someone's seeking out somebody. I don't know if you want to jump on something.
I don't know that I can really add to what you said, Tom. Just maybe to, you go back to the first part of your question, because I really think you were asking a programmatic question, and I think Tom answered it, but relative to the performance of these individuals, and maybe to just dovetail on what Julia was saying in terms of our ability to kind of look out and say, are these people we want to be able to try to keep longer term? As, through attrition, we're able to add them into, a retirement. There is a separate evaluation system for all educational support service staff. It's SESS, Student Education Support Services, and it looks at their ability to do their program delivery. It looks at their professional responsibilities and ethics. It looks at all their student relations components. So it has pieces that are parallel to a teacher evaluation system, but customized. And it's under a general framework so that it can fit school counselors over here, it can fit special educators over there, curriculum specialists over there, and we interpret it based on those specific roles. As Tom mentioned, and again, as part of that additional role that Ethan was asking about, having someone who can help really define this program, be a liaison to our school counseling department supervisors that exist at the secondary level, our special education pupil services staff, and our principals. That person will help to define these program metrics, but we specifically are not putting that in as an administrative role just because of the cost expenses. And we want to ensure that we can find someone who has expertise in behavior, mental health responsibilities. So the formal evaluations will be able to occur, and I think we have robust systems in terms of our, as Tom mentioned, our department supervisors, our pupil services, our principals, that will gauge the effectiveness of the programs. And a lot of it will come right from classroom metrics in terms of if we're turning the tides and kids are able to be more regulated in school.
And one thing I just want to add to that too is because I know we've got a mindset sometimes that the counselors are sitting and working one-on-one with students, and certainly we want that, but I also want to think about it from a tier 1 model and really going into classrooms and delivering age-appropriate messaging and looking at peer relationships, and they can deliver that curriculum, that lesson, however you'd want to call it, but age appropriate for kindergarten is going to look different from 3rd grade, looks different from 5th grade, but we all know it's important that message is delivered, and so they're going to need to take that big walk away, that big skill they want our students to make sure everyone understands, and then develop a lesson that's appropriate and engaging, and then go deliver at all of those 1st grade class across the district so that everyone's getting that message. And to Claire's point, if we're doing that and doing it well, hopefully we will see some reduction in different issues. It may not be a reduction in referrals, mental health referrals, but it may be a reduction in behavioral issues in the classrooms, or peer interactions, or peer, things like that. So I want to keep that sort of mindset, because I know that's some of the stuff we're looking at is not just the one-on-one, but that bigger sort of tier 1 piece.
If I could just respond real quickly. Yeah, thank you so much. I think, because it's a complex problem, it should be assessed in a really robust fashion, with no one kind of indicator, kind of used to, assess this. So, coming at it with all of these different angles sounds, very appropriate and worthwhile. And I forgot what I was going to say. Awesome, great.
All right, Claire.
But just to add on to what Jason's saying, with the mindset that this opportunity is coming, any kind of information gathering during this process can help you apply. So I know it's a normal thing to collect, but with that eye on the prize later, it might be a great opportunity, because it is tough data to prove, but a good grant writer can pull together the experience you guys have gained.
Jason.
Sorry, I remembered what I was going to say. So that particular model you're talking about sounds especially important, given that there is an interest in increasing attention to ELL learners, right? English language learners, right? So that group environment, having multiple contact points and ways of working with students, and especially important for that population.
Other quick, Ari, yes.
I wasn't going to say anything, and then Jason started. In terms of like evaluation, another key piece that, I mean, if we're kind of putting our funds toward mental health and stating that this is a need within the district, I also think another way of measuring that is through some sort of program evaluation. So pre and post measures of kids who, you know, kind of doing an assessment when they come in for services, whether it's depression, anxiety, and showing that having this service within the school is actually reducing anxiety, reducing depression, doing some sort of, you know, kind of program evaluation or measures while students are receiving these supports would certainly be convincing.
Other comments or questions? All right. Well, thank you so very much. Thank you all. All right. And now moving on to routine matters, our financial report. We will receive approval of the financial report for the period ending April 30th, 2022. And I believe...
I just want to go on the record as saying I offered to Ethan if he wanted me to stay up here, and he assured me that he had it, even though Liz was gone, so I'm going to step away.
All right, thank you. Ethan, passing it to you.
Thanks. Great. School funds are reported in 4 categories. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Andy. Oh, I'm sorry. The first category being the general funds report, which is budgeted for the fiscal year of 22 at $176.3 million. Second category is the state and federal grants fund. At this point, the school system has $21.9 million in funds, and some of the fundings, as was discussed, cover multiple years. Then there's a special funds report, which covers 6 different funds, and then the fourth category being reported is the nutrition service funds. As of April 22, end of the month April 22, the general funds report full year is projecting a positive overall full year variance of $50,000. While positive, the variance from the full year fiscal projection has gone from a positive variance of 110 to 50. And while the number is still positive, the variance is just above break even and marginal when as a percentage when you look at the $176.3 million of the budget. So we are on the edge, but we seem to be staying positive. As with prior months, there was a trade-off in accounts. The variance, positive variance in total salary lines being a positive 1.7, and purchase services projection being slightly negative, just below 1.7. So, and it's a continuation of what's been going on through the full year in terms of the variances. Increases in salaries, decreases in purchase or negative variance increase in purchase services. In terms of the federal grants, the state grants, 11 million in outstanding funds. Over 9 million of those funds are the 2 large ESSER funds, as was discussed. And it looks like, look at the report, the fiscal one that ends this year looks like it's fully reserved, so it's projected. And then finally, in terms of the special funds, which are relatively small in size, the different funds are projected to end the fiscal year with a $2.1 million balance, which is a net increase of $40,000 from the June 21 balances, fiscal year 21. So year over year, the increase in balances was specific funds was relatively minimal. And then finally, as been discussed, the nutrition services funds, there has been a significant increase over the year and in the month, going from just being at break even at the end of fiscal year April 21 to a balance at the end of 2.1. And as was discussed in prior months, the fund has been generating more income than the pre-pandemic period, with all students currently being fed free of charge till the end of this current fiscal year. And the school administration is looking at their capital needs to see what should be replaced on a going forward basis. So that's all I had, other than we were on the edge, but we've been on the edge all year. So any questions?
All right, thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Questions at all? All right. So with that, seeking a motion that the Board of Education approve the financial report for the period ending April 30th, 2022.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Now moving on to approval of minutes. Approval of the minutes of the May 17th, 2022 regular Board of Education meeting. Is there a motion?
So,
Is there a second?
second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, the ayes have it. Wonderful. Now moving on to information and reports. Do we have any board members, any communication and reports from boards or other affiliations you may have? Ari, yes.
I just wanted to provide an update from the bridge, just kind of where they stand at year's end, as well as other summer opportunities for our town. So overall, in the school counseling department, they had 89 school-based counseling clients. They were seen across both high schools, the 3 middle schools, and a majority of the elementary schools. There were 41 mentoring students, and 120 additional students were seen through 15 different groups that were being offered. The nice thing I saw is that throughout the summer, counseling is actually available to any currently enrolled West Hartford student or any who are being referred. So counseling services will remain during the summer months, which is great. With regard to mentoring, that is also going to continue through the summer, and there are 2 options. They can continue with individual mentoring relationships, which will be more community-based as opposed to being seen in the school, which I think is great. Kind of trips to the park, walks in the student's neighborhood, occasional community trips on an individual basis. And then they will also offer summer mentoring groups, which will focus more on kind of social skills, community trips. So that sounds amazing, an amazing opportunity to kind of continue that process throughout the summer. Just a quick mention of the different groups that were being offered this year. At the middle schools, they had a sisterhood group. They had kids in divorce and separation, as well as a sisterhood group and a conflict resolution group at Conard. At both Hall and Conard, they offered a smart recovery, which is a substance use focus in both of the high schools. And then across the elementary schools, they offered social skills groups. With regard to the Family Resource Center, just some numbers for them that I thought were pretty impressive. There will actually, at the end of this month, there will be 16 parents who will graduate from the Parent Leadership Training Institute, which is huge and a great opportunity for families in our town. The leadership group at the Teen Center organized and put together a movie night at the ECC. It's actually fully enrolled, but the 4-week transition to kindergarten in the summer, it's called 1, 2, 3 Kindergarten for Me, is fully enrolled with 30 children who will participate to provide some transition and preparation for starting elementary school. The Family Resource from March to May did an emergency diaper bank and raised had donated over 5,000 diapers to support our community. 6 Family Resource Center families received gift cards to help support with basic needs, food and household items. And then throughout the year, 62 families, which included 90 children from birth to 4 years old, participated in their early learning play groups throughout the year. So the Bridge is doing pretty amazing work to help support our students and their families.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the wonderful piece where we want to, Jason, please, yes.
Can I ask a question of Ari?
Try.
I'm wondering, what is the Bridge's relationship to the PLTI? Did they establish, they have relationships with families that they recommend that path? Curious how does that relationship get formed?
Moving that over to Laura.
I, as an alum.
Yes, exactly.
PLTI, Parent Leadership Training Institute, is a Connecticut-based and a national-based program. And so there are different communities that apply for this grant funding. And the Bridge has been a reoccurring applicant and beneficiary of the grant funding. And so with those funds, that is what supports the program. It's a standardized program for PLTI, and there are many communities throughout the state that offer it. And so that is how it is.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Sure, certainly.
I did want to give one update that I think
Certainly.
it maybe counts as a report. I don't know, maybe not. But it's just that there's, I wanted to remind families, anyone who's watching, about the child tax rebate that established in Connecticut. There's a maximum of $750 that families can apply for, up to 3 children, and with $250 per child. There's open applications now, and I think it stays open for, can't remember how long, but
It's July 31st.
July. Thank you.
I applied.
So did I.
All right, any other updates? One update I do want to share, and I'm going to look at the camera, whichever camera is on at this time. Certainly we know that those who are viewing online are able to view because of West Hartford Community Interactive, and we are so appreciative for all that you do. We know a staunch leader and shepherd of WHC-I is Jennifer Evans. And Jennifer, want to recognize you as being recently recognized as West Hartford's Chamber of Commerce Spotlight Community Partner of the Year Award. She recently received that. I certainly want to give kudos, so if we can please give Jennifer a round of applause for that effort. Thank you, thank you. And now at this time, we have other information and discussion. So Tom, sorry, you're just going to have to bear with it. We just want to certainly appropriately recognize. We just want to still just follow due diligence. I'm just going to go down in alphabetical order. Please share your either word or sentence or two, comments or farewell. You deserve this, Tom. You have dedicated your time and attention and heart to this district for over 26 years. So yes, the hour may be late. There may be some fatigue that's here, but you certainly are very much deserving of hearing these words of recognition and appreciation. And by the way, we can say you have to hush, so we're going to do this.
Will there be time for rebuttals?
All right, so we're just going to go in alphabetical order. So Jason, starting with you, please.
Thank you, Lorna, for this opportunity to speak to you publicly about the work that you've done. I've probably known you the shortest amount of time here, and I wanted to just draw from 2 people in my comments. Just in a program I ran with Eastern Connecticut State University, the president, Elsa Nunez, started off her remarks by sticking to one very, very basic kind of formula. One is say yes to truth and no to fear. And I have seen you say yes to truth and no to fear time and time again. And it's demonstrated incredible courage, and I've learned a lot from you, and to see the way that you've brought that and made a difference in people's lives. And the other is from one of my favorite philosophers, Frantz Fanon, Caribbean philosopher, who came up with this idea of radical empathy, which is not just to understand another person's life and their pain, but to think of how historical bias has created the conditions of their life and how oppressive conditions have created the pain. And so it goes much more beyond just naming it, but understanding the things that have generated that historically. So I say this in jest and in connection with you. As a historian, this is, part of that charge is to understand people and understand systems. And I've really appreciated the way that you've done that and made it, and how that understanding can have an impact on people's lives. Thank you.
Ethan.
guess whatever I'm going to say is, I thought your speech was great, and I'm sorry that it was just limited. And when I get back from Europe, I'm going to I want to read the Washington speech, which it's been a while since I've done that. I've only been on the board since November, so our interactions have been limited. But in that time, I've enjoyed working with you, talking with you, and felt very comfortable that you were giving, even if you didn't agree with my opinions, you were giving me your objective opinion, and only meant the best for the kids and the families of West Hartford. I'm sorry to see you go. I think it's a loss for the town, and I hope that your new assignment, your new place, will give you the challenges that you're looking for. But again, I feel bad for West Hartford, but I'm happy for you if this is what you want. So, thank you.
Gail.
Thanks. So I want to wish you good luck in your next position, and I know you're probably going to do great things in Illinois. And I want to thank you for your service to our town for 26 years.
Claire.
So, Tom, you've made an enormous impact on my teaching career, and I wish I could have worked for you longer on the Board of Ed. You've taken a brave stance to do what's best for children, and you always ask what is best for the students of West Hartford. You're an advocate of teachers and a trailblazer among superintendents. Your leadership and guidance in helping our district become more equitable and inclusive are to be applauded, and I'm glad you received the statewide recognition that you deserved. You will be missed, Tom, and your new district's fortunate to have your wisdom, expertise, and passion.
Deb.
Tom, just a thank you for being the leader that you are, a person who lifts up the people around you, and you know your true north, but you're open to hearing and considering opposing views. Whatever our profession or our role in our community or in our lives, we should all aspire to your type of leadership. You inspire me. I will say, especially during the 2 years that I was chair, which started shortly before COVID, and throughout our approximately 562 phone calls during those 2 years, we came to know each other pretty well. And I came to learn, sometimes just from the first breath of a phone call, what was about to come out of your mouth, something being canceled or whatnot. I will miss your guidance, and I will miss your friendship. Best of luck.
Ari.
So I'm going to try to be quick, but I was jotting things down. But I wanted to share with you, and I don't even know if you have this memory. I actually met you very briefly years ago when I was at Grace Webb working on the attendance recovery program. And we had a student, Joe Pedamonte and I were meeting, and we were, trying to get supports for this kid. And I just remember you walked in, it might have been a 30-second interaction, and you said hello, and Joe introduced me, and we said, this is what's going on, and you said, you got to do what's right for the kid. Get it done, make it happen. And that was my first, interaction with you. And I think that's who you've been then, who you are now, and who you will be. I'm really sad to see you leave, but I am so excited for you in this next step. You have done so much for our district. Over time, I have 2 kids who are examples of the work that you've done. And your decisions are always based on the best interests of our students, regardless of the feedback that we get. I know that deep down that you are always fighting for our students and our families. I do wish that, selfishly, that you'd chosen to stick around one more year and finish it off with me. But I also know that we need to share the wealth, and that there are other deserving districts that should be lucky enough to have you lead them. While you know, physically will not be a presence in our town, all that you have done for us, it will live on, and you will always be a part of this town. I'm in awe of you during my short term on the board with you, and I just want you to know it's been an honor and a privilege to be able to work with you as a board member.
Darn, okay, Ari.
Sorry,
It's all right.
I speak from my heart.
No, and that's how to do it. That's how to do it, but you're getting the knots going. So you, sir, I echo all that has been shared. I echo what was shared at your reception. And you have done wonderful things for this district, and not just the students who you have helped to educate, but for the community at large. I say that because we know that our motto is clear paths, bright future, no limits. And you have certainly stood by that through demonstration, not just through words, but by leading by example. And the example, the anecdote that Ari just shared in terms of get it done, do what you have to do to get it done, that has been the way that you have operated. And we respect that. Yes, that may intimidate some, but for others, that can instill a sense of respect because we know when you say something, you mean it and you follow through. And that is so important, not only for those that are at the forefront and the voices who we hear, but more importantly for those that are behind the scenes and may feel voiceless. And you speak up for all. When it comes to equity, you are just not saying that, you're doing that. And you're encouraging for others to do that as well. I remember the beginning of the year and the speech that you gave, and you just saying clearly what we are going to do as a district, what we are going to stand by. And you have led us in that way, and we're continuing to go in that way. So yes, I too selfishly feel like, darn, you're not staying here with us. But boy, what a blessing the district you're going to is going to experience by having your leadership. You certainly are a leader. And I have referenced this quote before to you, and I'm going to do it again, and we certainly have heard it. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the true measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in terms of trials and controversy. And my, oh my, if we have not seen that. But in those moments when you're sitting there and receiving it, whether it's coming from the podium or email or out in the streets, you still stay the course. You still move forward. And for that, we respect you. And we care for you, and we're going to miss you. So I'm going to pause now before I get teary-eyed as well. But do want to say that the words that have been shared here, this is not the end of the words of respect and accolades that we have for you. We have two gifts for you, one that is physically here and one that will soon come your way. The one that is physically here is this chair. Those that may not be able to see, there is a chair that's right over there, and this is the honorary chair that's given to anyone who has served on the Board of Education. And when they step down or when they have finished their term, they get this chair. Well, certainly you are deserving of having this chair, and we'll have it shipped to your home in Illinois. But also what you're going to receive is a memorabilia photo album, because I want you to know that under your leadership as superintendent alone, there have been 23 individuals that have served in this capacity on the board under your leadership as superintendent. And I want you to know, Tom, that every single one of those individuals, every 23 of them, responded to the call of please share with us words of congratulations or memories that you would like to share in honor of Tom Moore. Every single one of them responded. So we have a book that will be presented to you that will include their comments and all of the board photos that have been taken over the course of your tenure. You will receive that as well. So you're not getting rid of us. You're going to see our shots and hear our words, but you are very deserving of that. So, I've said before, not going to say goodbye, just going to say see you later. But please know you are a person of integrity, and we respect that. And we look forward to you continuing to lead in that way the next district you're going to serve as superintendent is. So I'm going to ask once again, team, if we can give a round of applause, a standing ovation for Tom Moore. All right. right, and with that, we are going to move to non-staff communications and reports, and we're now going to hear from our student reps, and this also is bittersweet, but celebratory, because this is their last time rather, giving their updates, serving in this capacity. So we're going to first start with Avery.
So, like Mr. Moore said, there have been some really amazing achievements in the district and at Hall. And I can't list them all, so I'm just going to give some highlights. The West Hartford Girls Lacrosse Youth Program Scholarship awarded Hannah Gainey and Grace Ruschelow. Boys track and field were the CIAC Class LL state champions. And then I think they got runner-up, but they still were fabulous. Bridget McCann and Tobias Rufo were Hall's 2022 CIAC Scholar Athletes, and they each received recognition and I believe scholarships for that. Hall Theaters won multiple Halo Awards, which are Connecticut's theater awards. And so congratulations to Lauren Shalansky and August Kittleson for recognition in their performances in Almost Maine and Medea. Yes, those are all the congratulations I have the time to give. It's late. But actually, Hall alumni Joey Kornman, who is now a semifinalist in Jeopardy, came to visit and speak to current Hall students about trivia, about school, about life. I think he's still competing in Jeopardy and he's moving on. We've had Culture Week during the last week of school for the seniors. Over the announcements, they played music representing various different cultures. I think notably Party in the USA represented North America. Did a scavenger hunt. Cold Noses, Warm Hearts, which is a therapy dog organization that one of the faculty, Ms. Frakel, has been working with, visited again to provide student support leading up to final exams. Senior prom was this past Saturday, and the seniors' last day of school was yesterday. Yearbooks were given out, and Capital Ice Cream came and gave seniors free ice cream by the kickboard. So for those of us who are leaving Hall, it's been a really nice past few days with senior prom and just seeing the community come together. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me here, listening to the voices of Hall students, offering your guidance and leadership. And I hope that in the future we can continue to have this bridge between the student body and the Board of Education.
Thank you, Avery. And just so you two know, you're not off the hook as well. We're going to have comments for you also. But Andrew, please, your updates.
I'll start with some things from before 2 weeks ago because I wasn't at the last board meeting, and there were a number of things 2 to 4 weeks ago that I want to highlight that were really, really impressive. Conard held their junior and senior proms in Glastonbury and Simsbury respectively, and that was 3 and 2 weeks ago. Conard, Farmington, and Hull High School participated in their second annual Equity Summit, along with 9 other schools, 12 schools in total. Over 80 students attended, and they discussed such topics as colorism, code switching, and that was with the future educators of diversity and other groups as well. We had our final voting for the mascots, obviously, and we now all know what the winning choice was. And something I think is particularly notable is the mother of 2 Conard students, Lakpa Sherpa, climbed Mount Everest for the 10th time, and she's the only woman to have done that 10 times. So that's very impressive. In more recent news, also seniors had their last day yesterday, and the past 2 weeks for me and my senior peers have kind of just been festivities and closing up 4 years at Conard. We're getting our yearbooks on Wednesday, tomorrow, and we'll be getting them signed. Another student I want to sing praise to, Jack Lovejoy, a junior at Conard. He received a gold medal at the National Scholastic Art and Writing Awards. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with that contest, it's honestly, I think it's like probably the highest arts award you can win. So he won in the photography category, and he's getting honored at Carnegie Hall this month. Less than half of 1% of every submission gets the award he got. So I find it extremely impressive. We had our junior and senior awards night. DECA and the Earth Day Club had a egg carton drive. I think this is their second one. They collected over 50 egg cartons. And senior finals are happening now, and the rest of school is wrapping up for freshmen through juniors. And I'll also just take the time now to thank you all for making this opportunity possible for me and Avery. Public policy definitely isn't always as glamorous as it looks, but the late nights were definitely worth it. It's been very interesting, so thank you for giving me a window into this and a voice too.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you both, because you have educated us in many ways. But just want to give my colleagues an opportunity just to say a few words of thanks to you both, starting with Jason, please.
I don't imagine that when you agreed to be a board on the student reps on the Board of Education, that this year would be as eventful as it has been. And, you know, seeing your guys' level of engagement with the issues that we've heard and the material that we've considered is so impressive. Your poise, intellect, candor, and the just professional manner that you guys represent your peers and yourselves is just exceptional. And I just want to applaud you for doing this kind of public service for your peers and the district, and that your voices have just been tremendous throughout this year. So thank you for being here.
Ethan.
Well, as I said when we talked about Tom, this is all relatively new to me since November. I will say, as I think about it, it's probably one of the highlights, hearing what's actually going on in the schools, because that is reality, and it's great to hear how well the schools are doing. And I appreciate both of you putting that point of view. And there's been times when you guys have also chipped in on various issues, and I think that's great. And I enjoy your interaction, and I wish you well next year, wherever you're going. And I hope it's a great opportunity, and you guys have a great time, and everything goes well for you. Thank you.
Gail.
Yeah, I want to thank you both. I really enjoyed being here with you and hearing your perspective. Sometimes, we're not really in the schools, and it gives us sort of a different flavor when we hear what you think about some of the issues. I know this is very time consuming, and some of these meetings go very late, like the one tonight. So I thank you for making the time and be willing to do this. I also want to wish you both lots of luck wherever you're going next year. I know you can both do really good things, and I wish you only good things going forward.
Claire.
So it's been a pleasure to get to know both of you, and I'm so glad when you do speak up. You have important questions, you have important insight, and I wasn't sure how much you would speak on the board and what your role was, and I was so impressed. Especially I received a couple written responses from you, and the stuff you have to share is amazing. So I hope you continue service. I think you see that, we need people to step up and volunteer, and everyone's voice matters, and you've proven that. and you've done a great job representing the students of both of your schools. So I'm excited to hear what happens in the future for you, your careers, but I also know that you won't let down your community and you will have a voice in the future.
Deb.
I will build on what Claire said. It's truly been a pleasure to serve in partnership with you for our community's schools. And when I think about how you have served in this role so far and what lies ahead for both of you, it makes me feel better about you being a part of our next generation of leaders and what that means for our communities here and across the country. And I too hope that you will continue to take on leadership roles and just bring your best self to service moving forward. And I want to thank you for everything that you've brought to our board and for teaching us as much as you have. Good luck.
Ari.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate what my colleagues have said, but and it's really my thoughts exactly, Avery, when you said kind of being the voice of the schools. Like, that's how I see the two of you. You are really, you are the voices of your respective high schools. And I've just been really impressed with your active involvement within meetings, your thoughtful comments, really the level of genuineness that you, and authenticity that you present with, and your advocacy for issues within each of your schools, and issues that are being brought up town-wide. I'm just really impressed with all of those things, and I do wish you the best, whatever you choose to do next year and moving forward. But I do hope, and I suspect that the both of you will continue to advocate, you will continue to make changes, and you will kind of shape the future of our world. And I think we're in good hands. So thank you very much.
And I as well echo all that has been shared. It has been a pleasure working with the both of you. You two are quite gifted. And I say that not only because of the skill sets that you brought even before we first started having the board meetings with you, serving your capacity, but what you have endured over the past year. You all have been through a lot. I say that as you being students, and certainly students in the midst of a pandemic, students in the midst of many things that are happening within our town, our community, our state, our country, our world. And you still have persevered. You still have come here to fulfill your role, your responsibility of being the voice of those who you represent at your respective schools. And we thank you for that. And we learn from you for that, because you have shown us that we still can learn from even those that may be chronologically younger than we are. And so thank you both so much for your determination, for your advocacy, for all of the adjectives and characteristics that have been described so far. And we see a bright future for you both, where you both are respectively going. And whatever it was that motivated you to sit in this capacity right now, to be a servant leader, don't lose wind of that. Continue in that vein, because that's going to continue to help you to move forward in so many ways, not only benefiting yourself, but also benefiting those of us who one day are going to depend on you to be our leaders. So you are future leaders, and you certainly have demonstrated leadership in your tenure here. So thank you so much. We have a small token of our appreciation to you. So while we pass this to you, I'm going to ask for a round of applause, please, for our student representatives. And with that, we will move on to future business, announcement of future meeting dates. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, September the 6th, 2022. I heard a yes. Regular Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock here in room 314, followed by Tuesday, September the 20th, 2022, another regular Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here in the Legislative Chamber, room 314. Followed by Tuesday, October the 18th, 2022, regular Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here at the Town Hall, room 314. Is there a request for a future agenda item? Hearing none, do we have any visitors here that would like to make a comment. Let me first just call the names for those who were on the list from before, but we reached the capacity. Let's see. We know that we had Shani Mall here? No? No, all right. And Lori Schwartz? No, all right. And Mary?
Hello, my name is Mary Nagy of 43 Acadia Street. I spoke on April 19th and May 17th regarding normal growth development theories and the process of informed consent. I referenced the extreme cultural diversity we experience being friends and neighbors here in West Hartford, and my concern for families as they continue to experience inclusion in public education without fear and compromise of their strongly held beliefs and identities. They should not be subjected to harsh criticisms and scorn, be ostracized or forced to accept indoctrinating their children into a belief system against their own views. While West Hartford has already adopted a gender identity curriculum, the process of informed consent seems to be absent. You have heard concerns about this from many parents of kindergarten through grade 4 over this past year. I would like to share with you some of the views of a female to male man, I think his age is 48, Scott Nugent, who has published an opinion piece in February 2021 Newsweek. We need balance when it comes to gender dysphoric kids. And he says, I would know. As a parent of 3, Scott is against gender identity lessons introducing sexual concepts to children in grade school before they are capable of understanding them, and lessons on the varied use of pronouns. These views protect the natural latency period and natural puberty, his views, which protect the human body. He is opposed to sex transition before the age of 26. He says, here's what I could not comprehend before transitioning and what I honestly believe no child is capable of consenting to. And there's a list of 15 different complications. I'll read a few of them, but they'll be in the email with links to the research. Decreased life expectancy, bone damage, a 12% higher chance to develop symptoms of psychosis, higher suicide rates. Again, there's 7 to 8 more. We know in 2019 the sex reassignment surgery worldwide U.S. market is more than $316 million, with a compound annual growth of 25.1% and projected global market value by 2026 of $1.5 billion. We know rapid onset statistics are escalating and are driven by association with peers and prolonged social media. We know Sweden ended its practice of prescribing puberty blockers to minors. Sweden has the most welcoming environment, and its longitudinal research shows that even with cultural affirmation of gender expressions, suicide rates remain the same for individuals, even after cultural affirmation and sex change surgery. West Hartford is not required to include the gender identity
Excuse me, Mary,
lessons.
pardon me, your time, Mary, your
And
time
other
is up.
towns do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia. Paula. Getch. And pardon, I did not restate again, 3 minutes per individual. Thank you, Mary, for responding to that. And 21 minutes per subject matter. And when you see the yellow card, you have 1 minute. And the red card, please, your time has expired.
Hello, my name is Getch. I live on 56 Gillette Street. As I have been saying several times, this gender war on our children is happening across our country, especially in states where the Democrats are in control. I will present the evidence a little later. It seems that very few West Hartford parents are aware of what the LGBTQ cadres are doing to our children in the last couple of years. Our kids are coerced and bullied into accepting this new religion these cadres are pushing on them, regardless of their parents' view. Unfortunately, we, the West Hartford parents, have no support from school administrators or Board of Education to stop this madness, mainly due to the reason I pointed out earlier. I was encouraged, though, by the pushback from the governor of South Dakota when she recently pushed back against the transgenderism policy of President Biden. The president threatened to cut off school lunch funding unless schools allow transgender boys and girls athletics. This does not sound tolerant or fair to me. However, on this same stand, including today, we have been told by so many parents and advocates with a show of great emotions that this gender identity curriculum is only to encourage tolerance and for others to feel accepted. The truth of the matter is this gender agenda is being advanced through coercion, bullying, deception, discrimination, dissent, and in violation of science. I promised to give evidence, right? The evidence we have now is that all the 22 Democrat governors, including our governor, Ned Lamont, are in support of this ideology. All the legislative efforts to stop this war on our children, nonetheless, have been implemented by only Republican governors and legislators. Taking this evidence into account, it should be very clear to us, to the concerned West Hartford community and Connecticut at large, what to do next to bring sanity into our public school system. By the way, where are the leaders of the feminist movement, those advocates of women's rights? Why are they quiet when girls' rights is being trampled on and their future is being robbed by boys posing as girls? I wonder. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone? All right. Yes. Please, you are, yes.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Newton, and I live at 67 Rumford Street, and I have been at probably all 300-plus board meetings that Tom has been at, but I have never stood up here. But I just wanted to say, and even if it's inappropriate for a journalist to speak, Tom, it's really been a pleasure working with you, and I really appreciate that you respond to my texts, even when they're like Sunday morning with a question, because I'm working on something at a weird hour. And best of luck to you. We're really going to miss you here. You've got big shoes to fill. Thank you to Andy for filling those shoes, at least for the interim. I look forward to working with you as well, and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And as a constituent, you have every right to speak as well, so thank you. Any other comments? All right. And so with that, we do not have an executive session. No, we do not. There's been another change. We do not. Yes, we do. We do not. We do not have an executive session. And so before I seek a motion for us to adjourn, just want to say thank you so much again. Andy, looking forward to partnering with you in the interim, and we'll continue to move this ship forward. And so with that, seeking a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Meeting adjourned 11:02.